So my name is Dr. Robert Clemens by day. So by day, I am a skills development lead for Australian Research Data Commons, and I help people manage their data and do analytics and understand how to run compute and do things with big computers, right? Digital infrastructure. However, by night, right? Yes. Let me just, right? By night, I am
Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris. Super owl. No. I'm just Rob, right? I'm Rob, but I'm Rob who has a problem, right? And my problem is I have a bit of an addiction to these beautiful, powerful owls. And my family and my friends recognize my addiction, and they make me these beautiful shirts and other things, right? So by the end of today, I don't expect you to become owl addicts necessarily, right? I mean, I can always hope. But what I do hope you get out of today is that you have a deeper appreciation for our nocturnal wildlife, that you have a real understanding of all the good work that BirdLife is doing and the Powerful Owl Project in particular is doing. And I hope you learn a little bit about ecoacoustics. So before we get started, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate the First Nations people, the Australians on whose traditional lands we meet, and pay our respect to their elders, past and present. And if you ever get the opportunity, right? So this workshop is all about listening. If you ever get the opportunity to listen to Indigenous community, they've been living on this land for 40,000 years, and they have a story to tell. So I would just encourage you, listen when you get a chance. They have some wonderful things to say. Leads the Powerful Owl Project. So we are going to hand it over with no further ado, Andrew.
Great. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, everyone, for coming along. I would also like to acknowledge all of the volunteers that we have here, and also online we've got a sister project in Sydney, a Powerful Owl project in Sydney, and a lot of the volunteers in Sydney are hopefully streaming this. So g'day to the Sydney people and g'day to all the volunteers, long-term and new volunteers. Thanks heaps for the work that you've done and the work that hopefully you'll do going forward. All right. I'll talk about the powerful owl, what it looks like, where it's found, the habitat it uses, its diet. I'll talk about powerful owl nesting, and importantly, I'll talk about the threats to powerful owls and ways that we can mitigate those threats. And then I'll go on and talk about this amazing powerful owl project, why we have the project, what we do, why we do it, how we do it, and also, if you're so inspired, how to become a volunteer. All right. All right. So look, some of us have had a go at doing a powerful owl call already, but I'd like everyone to have a go at doing a powerful owl call. So it's a distinctive and penetrating two-note call, typical owl call. The male call is lower usually than what the female call is. Anyway, hopefully this is reinforced in your minds what a powerful owl call sounds like, and you'll never ever forget it. And so if you do hear one calling, you'll let us know down the track. All right. So it's Australia's largest owl, 65 centimetres tall. If one was perched on my shoulder, I'd have a really short, sore shoulder, and it would be up from my shoulder up to my fist. That's the size of the animal. Has anyone seen a powerful owl? All right. Gentleman down the front, what was your first impression when you saw it?
I remember seeing when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Down on ranges many years ago, and it's just an incredible thing. It was probably just the size actually.
Yep.
Was the thing that really got me. It's just big birds sitting in the tree.
Yeah. A lot of people go, wow, look at that. What did you say, Lucy? Anyway, look, for its size, it has a relatively small head and a rounded tail. It's got a wingspan of up to 140 centimeters. So that's not quite as big as a pelican, but it's that. So I've measured it from there to there. And the other thing about the wings is they're broad, but they're also wide. And I'll show you some pictures of that later on. It's got these piercing yellow eyes that when they're looking at you, it looks like you've got a yellow laser beam pointing at you that's going to burn a hole right through you. And you can see up on that image there and this one here, big yellow talons, huge. They're probably like about that big, the talons. What I reckon the best part about them is they have this groovy pattern on their chest. They call it chevrons or V's. I like to think they're like flying foxes silhouetted against a cloudy moonlit night, like flying foxes on their chest. And it has that hoo-hoo call. Hopefully it won't let go. Sorry. All right. Now, this is what a powerful owl chick looks like. Hang on. So that's the cutest creature you'll see, probably apart from a greater glider in a tree. And the reason we have greater gliders is just so powerful owls can eat them. But that shrill trilling noise is the noise that a chick makes when it's begging for food. Okay, and this is how the chicks change with age. So 8 weeks old over on your left, 4 months, 6 months, and then there's the adult. So that's how they transform as they age. Just take a note of the chick. See it? It's got a really ordinary tail. Not much of a tail on a chick. So its ranges from Youngler down the eastern seaboard of Australia into Victoria. It's not an arid or semi-arid species. It's on the wetter side of the Great Dividing Range. Now, BirdLife has funded a project in South Australia, and they're discovering a few pairs across the border, just across into the South Australian border. All right. So this data here has been collected by the citizen scientists from our project, both in Sydney and Brisbane. On the left, with the yellow dots on the map, that's the powerful owl distribution across Greater Sydney that our volunteers have determined. And on the right is the distribution in Southeast Queensland. All right, habitat. So it nests and eucalypt forests are really important for them for nest and roost trees. They normally hang out not far from riparian or creek lines. In the urban areas, they're all over the place. They use parks, gardens, schools, footpaths, but the remnant bushland areas that we have in our big cities are important habitat features for them to use. But then, and they roost during the day in those, and they nest in the eucalypts in those remnant bushland areas. But they visit schools, parks, backyards, trees. Hills hoists are a great perch point in people's backyards for powerful owls. It's not unusual for someone to send us a photo of a powerful owl on the clothesline. You can see there's a pair of powerful owls having a drink and a splash in someone's backyard bird bath. So they're quite at home in the urban environment. David Flay he referred to them as the night watchmen of the bush, and that's correct. But we're finding out that they're also the night watchmen of our suburbs and urban areas. Okay, their diet. Apex predator, so they're at the top of the food chain. And if you've got powerful owls in an area, it means that, it's probably not a bad area for wildlife because there's plenty of stuff for them to eat. being at the top of the food chain can be a problem, which we'll talk about later, and Christina will give you more information on. They feed mainly on arboreal prey. So that's possums, gliders, flying foxes. They'll knock off other birds, kookaburras. We even had a photo of one that had nailed a grey goshawk recently. And we've got records of them taking rabbits and the odd cat. So natural pest control. All right. So the diet. So our citizen science just collect information on prey items when they see a powerful owl with something nailed to a branch they're eating. They try and get a bit of an idea of what that is, and they put that in their reporting. And we've got some younger citizen scientists at the Tambourine Mountain College, and each year they dissect powerful owl pellets to give us an idea of what powerful owls have been eating. And interestingly, other stuff. They didn't find any last year, but the year before they found bits of plastic in some of the powerful owl pellets, which was a bit of a concern. But I guess there's no shortage of plastic in the environment. So maybe we should do our best to reduce that. So nesting. They nest in a vertical hollow, usually in a large old gum tree. And these hollow-bearing trees, without them, we won't have powerful owls. We need them. So they live in the urban environment because there's plenty of tucker. But for them to keep their populations going, they need to be able to nest, and we need those large hollow-bearing trees. Usually the male prepares the nest. The female incubates the eggs. The male feeds the female and the hatchlings until the hatchlings get, pretty big. Then the female will go out and bring back some food as well as the male. All right, so what does a good powerful owl nest tree look like? It looks impressive. It's usually a big old eucalypt, always a eucalypt. The diameter is greater than 85 centimetres. It would be 250 years old at least to have a hollow for a powerful owl. If you see the power poles, the ironbark power poles on the streets that we've got, in Sydney and Brisbane, those trees there would, with a 30 centimetre diameter pole, they would be 80 to 100 years old. So you can see how much older a tree needs to be big enough to have a powerful owl nest in it. Ideally, they have a low surrounding canopy cover so that the powerful owls can fly into the nest and out without too much drama. But the tree should sit within a matrix of denser vegetation. And I'll talk about why later. So these are some images of what a good powerful owl hollow looks like. And notice how they're all kind of pointing up. Right. And other creatures use the powerful owl hollows that they use. So hollows are a scarce resource sought after by a lot of hollow-dependent species. So when it's time for the powerful owls to nest, they utilise them. Before nesting time and after nesting time for powerful owls, other species utilise them. So you can see in the red circle, that's a cockatoo. All right. So a good understory I mentioned before is vital. It can be vital to successful fledging of chicks. So you can sort of see there's a little chick inside that red circle. See that white? That's a chick. Now, I mentioned when I showed the aging of a chick, how ordinary the tail is on a chick when it's fledged. So they're shocking at flying. Birds can't, if birds don't have a decent tail, they can't fly. And so chicks often end up on the ground, which is not a great spot for a chick to be because it's vulnerable to predation by foxes, dogs, cats, goannas. But with this chick that crashed to the ground, it was on the ground for about 40 hours, but because of the matrix of the the understory, it was able to clamber up that vegetation to get to a safe height where it reduced, where the chances of it being predated on was reduced. So that's why we need to have nice, diverse structure in our bushland areas. All right, the breeding cycle. So as a gentleman from I think from Sydney asked whether they when they would be nesting down there. Well, now also up here. So March, April is when it all kicks off. So that's where we hear most of our calling. So lots of hoot hoot callings where males and females are looking to pair up to do the business to start the nesting cycle. Females and males get together and they snuggle up and share food and canoodle and preen one another. And the female then goes into a hollow, lays 2, sometimes 3, a few days apart, eggs, 2, sometimes 3, a few days apart. And then there's about a 38-day incubation period. After about 7 weeks to 9 weeks, the chicks then fledge. And at that stage, when they fledge, both the male and the female are pretty well flat out getting food for those chicks. And then come December or November, December, the juveniles, they move away and the juveniles disperse, and then it's time to start again in February, March the following year. All right, threats, important bit. Like everything, loss of habitat is a threat to all our native wildlife, almost all our native wildlife. So habitat areas with a good mid-story and understory means if we lose that, we lose roosting sites, we lose the food, we lose the prey. So we need to protect them, and we should protect them in the planning process for new developments, etc. Like back in the olden days when they were putting in a new suburb, they would just selectively clear the area that they were going to put the house and leave all the vegetation around. But these days they just get the bulldozer in, clear the whole lot, put the houses, the roads in, all the bush is gone, and then people have to go and spend a fortune at their local hammer barn to buy weeds to plant in their garden to get habitat growing. Christina's the exception. All right. Hollow-bearing trees. This is the big threat to our urban populations. So we lose these trees through that broad-scale clearing I spoke about, but also selective clearing. People think that, oh, this big old tree it's going to blow down in the next cyclone. I better get the chainsaw out and chop it down. Thing is, that tree has been through 8 cyclones in its life and not blown down. We can do other things to reduce the risk of that tree by planting other stuff around it so that people don't go underneath that tree. But it just seems simpler to knock it down, which is just a tragedy. 250 years it'll take for our that tree to have been big enough. So if we went out there and planted one at lunchtime, it'll be 2280 before it'll be big enough to hold a powerful nest site. The other one too is in fire. Bushfire hazard reduction burns. When they do a hazard reduction burn, there's been some good science done on this down in Victoria. Up to 25% of hollow-bearing trees are lost in each hazard reduction burn. That's if the fire reaches the trunk of the tree. If the fire doesn't reach the trunk of the tree, it won't burn and it won't fall over. But when fire does reach the trunk of a hollow-bearing tree, a quarter of them are lost. So 5 hazard reduction burns or 6 hazard reduction burns, they're all gone out of that area. Other threats, collisions with vehicles and windows, and that's a threat to most of our birds. There's millions of birds get killed by crashing into windows around the world each year. Electrocution is another one because of their great wingspan. They arc across the 2 conductors. That powerful owl up there has got a flying fox. Often you see flying foxes on the power lines, but the powerful owl, unfortunately, has come to grief as well. And another big one that you would have no doubt seen a lot of media about recently is secondary poisoning from rodenticides. So people put out bait to kill mice and rats, and then the mouse and the rat wander off to slowly die a painful death. But before they do, powerful owls and a lot of other raptors, boobuks in particular, take those and then they ingest that rodenticide and they either die or become very sick. And generally when that sickness leads to them being debilitated so that they end up crashing into cars and probably starving anyway. We've had quite a few poisoned owls come into care, and not too many of them survive, despite the great efforts from the RSPCA and Crumber Sanctuary. But Christina will tell you more about that. Threats. All right. So that's picture's got a bit messed up, but weather, changing climate. Generally in Sydney, Queensland, and around here, our wetter part of the year is November, December, January, February. Powerful owls nest, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. That's the dry season when they nest. If we get a lot of unseasonable rain in the middle of the year, we found we get a lower success rate for powerful owls. And you'll remember 2022, we had floods in June and July in Brisbane. We had high volume rainfall event after high volume rainfall event after high volume rainfall event. And in 2022, the nesting success for powerful owls was abysmal. They were abandoning nests, or they weren't even bothering to try. And we think it's because, remember I said the hollows point upwards? Well, when it rains, they're like a bucket and they fill up with water. So we've got a species that's adapted to nesting during the dry season, and we've changed the seasons. So the dry season is now becoming a wetter season. We were back to normal sort of rainfall patterns in 2023, 2024, and our nesting success restored back to being what it was before 2022. Interestingly, Sydney had the same weather pattern in 2022, and their nesting season was awful as well in 2022. We had Cyclone Alfred 2025, and Kevy, you lost a nest tree. A few other nest trees were either damaged or blown over, but still the season was pretty good. Because after Cyclone Alfred went through, we had a drought in the middle of the year. So we didn't get the nests filling up with rain during the nesting season. So we were, back to having a pretty reasonable year. So climate change could be a big threat to powerful owls and other species that have adapted to the weather conditions that we've had in Australia since the last ice age. And they're rapidly changing. All right, the Powerful Owl Project. It's been going in Sydney since 2011, and Rob kicked it off in Queensland. Was it 2018, Rob? Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Great innovation, mate. Yeah. So the aims are to inspire and educate people about nocturnal birds, their habitat requirements, and importantly, conserving them. We develop and continually review our codes of practice so that we behave ethically and safely. So ethically for the birds and safely for the birds and for us, our volunteers. We try to understand why powerful owls are present in some areas and not in other areas. And that gives us perhaps a better ability to influence planning decisions in the future. Rob has done a lot of work using the data that our volunteers have collected on developing species distribution models, which is also beneficial in helping to conserve habitat, which we regard would be critical to powerful owls. And, we talked about the threats earlier. We're forever monitoring, what the threats are to powerful owls and what we can better do to mitigate the threats to them and to keep our powerful owl urban populations going. So our citizen scientists in Sydney monitor over 300 sites. They've been going a lot longer than Queensland, so they've probably found a lot more sites than we have. We're still finding more each year. We've got 93 confirmed or potential sites in southeast Queensland so far. Hopefully we'll get a few more this year. Now, what do? We use the data to inform local on-ground actions. So fire management, infrastructure management. We make submissions to development applications where powerful owl nest sites or key habitat areas are going to be impacted by that development. The Woogaroo Forest one out near Springfield, Ipswich is one that we're helping to hopefully try and stop. We engage with fire practitioners, and Brisbane City Council the team that do the burns in the Brisbane City Council managed bushland areas, the team in the Redlands, the facilities management, fire management team at Toohey Forest, where Griffith Uni is. We engage frequently with them and give them suggestions on how they can deliver their hazard reduction burns in a way that reduces the impact on key habitats. So those riparian habitats that are important for powerful owls to roost in, and also, of course, the nest tree. And, we suggest that, strategies that they go and noting that how many hollow-bearing trees get lost during a burn, we let them know where we know nest trees are. They have to cross their heart and hope to die, not to tell anyone else. But and that way they can go and take a rake hoe out and rake all the vegetation around from the base of the tree, or wet it down, or use ignition strategies so that when they light the fire burns away from the hollow-bearing trees, but also burns away from those critical riparian roost areas that powerful owls use. All right, so how do we do what we do? We use traditional bird monitoring methods or surveying methods of looking and listening. So, we go out, we do like bits of look around, transect searches, or just not really proper transect searches. We just kind of walk along paths and tracks in habitat where we think it might be a good spot to look for a powerful owl. And Rob is continually updating the modelling to inform us to better target our efforts and hopefully find more sites with less effort. Same amount of effort, but better return. We get data on the roost sites. We get data on the nest sites, those are critically important nest sites. We get, by looking and learning, we get behavioural data. So, you might see a pair of powerful owls cleaning each other, sleeping, perched on a clothesline, perched on a power line. We also get important information on prey. So if someone's seen a powerful owl and it's got a flying fox nailed on a trench, then we know that that's what that powerful owl is eating. And also nesting success, which is kind of pretty well one of our big focuses. Because if nesting success starts to drop off, that could signify a problem, like the changing climate. We also use more novel techniques like acoustic monitoring, which Callan has done an amazing amount of work on, and he'll talk about that later on. So we deploy acoustic monitors, particularly at remote sites where it's a pain in the neck to kind of walk for 3 hours in to sort of have a bit of a look around and then walk back out. So we just, instead of doing that every week, we'll go and put an acoustic monitor up on a tree, and that records sounds from about dusk at various stages throughout the night. And then we run that through an AI to get a bit of an idea of whether the acoustic monitor has recorded something that sounds like a powerful owl in that area. But the acoustic monitors have limitations in that we don't get the behavioural information, not a lot of behavioural information, and also they don't really give us a precise location of where the owl was when it was calling, because they're just picking up sound that's broadcast across a broad area. But they are really valuable for augmenting the data that the eyes and ears of our volunteers collect while they're out and about, or even just lying in bed at night. A lot of our reports come in from people that have been woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning by a powerful owl calling in their backyard. All right, and the project is not just about the owls, it's about us. There's great benefit in connecting with nature, and there's great benefit in connecting with others that like connecting with nature. So the Powerful Owl Project is an excellent project for connecting people with nature and provide a rewarding and meaningful experience, and also a tangible experience. We get stuff that we can use. Now, the thing about the powerful owl is, how many of you would have turned up, apart from Christina, how many of you would have turned up if we were doing a talk on death adders? Oh, well, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But usually, to engage the general public on something like a cane toad or a death adder, it's right. But because that powerful owl is such a charismatic animal, it's a draw card. And so it's a great catalyst to get people involved in getting out and about, getting involved in citizen science, and getting involved in protecting the incredible biodiversity values we have around Greater Sydney and Southeast Queensland. And that's about it. Have I run out of time, or I've still got some more?
Still got a little bit more.
All right, look, I knocked off a couple of slides, which I'll put back in. But I'll just talk to it. You remember earlier back when I said that we get the kids at Tamborine Mountain School to do the prey analysis? So we're also engaging with people of the present, and the leaders of the present. We make a point of really engaging and captivating the people that are going to be the leaders and the decision makers of the future. And each year we link up with a school in Tamborine Mountain. It has an amazing teacher, and we go up every year and do stuff with the year 5 class in the second term. So each kid gets an audio mod to deploy, an acoustic monitor to deploy in their backyard. And then we show them how all the AI works and stuff like that. So they get an idea of how they will probably be surveying in the future if they become ecologists and scientists. We run the AI, and interestingly, just about every audio moth identifies what it thinks is a barking owl, but it's actually the pet dog. But we have got quite a few good, powerful owl records from that. And Tamborine's an ideal place for that because it's up on top of a hill, and some of the kids there come from urban areas, highly urban areas on the Gold Coast. Some of the kids come from farms. Some of the kids come from sort of lifestyle rainforest blocks. So we get a kind of a diversity of backyard habitats to sample. That it's just the most amazing thing to engage with these kids. We go up every second week during the second term. They do bird watching. The birds of prey show from O'Reilly's come, so they actually get to be that far away from a real powerful owl. So we're also not focusing on, but we also acknowledge that we need to engage the future leaders of and the decision makers. And the powerful owl, once again, is that charismatic, perfect animal to captivate those kids and get them interested in science, technology, and maths subjects. They do. And they all do some amazing projects. So we talk about predator-prey relationships, and they do the analysis of the pellets. But some of the stuff the kids have come up with has been absolutely phenomenal. There was one kid who developed this like game kind of thing where I mentioned that they're prey, with greater gliders and flying foxes, and he had this area where it's a forest, and there's a whole heap of flying foxes living there, and then he had it so that 2 powerful owls moved in and they started eating some of the flying foxes. Then they had chicks, and then more powerful owls were eating more flying foxes, and it had it so that he worked out that eventually the powerful owls, if they ate all the flying foxes in this area, flying foxes were going to have to shift somewhere else. So, and he said, we've got to make sure that we have the habitat for the prey as well as the predator. But it's just the sort of stuff that the switches that we can turn on with this charismatic animal. Anyone got any questions?
Just one question, but how long do they live? But repeat the question.
The question was, how long do they live? In captivity, how long did David Flay say that they lived for, Kevy?
Well, he had one for 20 years.
Yeah.
But they've been recording whether they're the same pair or not. But she's been recording powerful owls on her property for over 40 years.
Yeah, whether it's the same
Same
pair or not. Yeah, so a gentleman said that a lady on her property has recorded powerful owls there for over 40 years. We're not sure that they would be the same pair, but they have lived in captivity for 20 years. Honestly, I don't know how long they live out in the wild because I don't know how we would get that data unless we were able to tag them and track them. Sorry?
general consensus seems that they tracked the same pair for 30 years, but so.
Yeah, okay. Work in progress, you know. They're a hard animal to, like, people have put collars on them and tracking collars and stuff like that down in Victoria. But they don't, I don't think they leave them on long enough for the whole lifespan of a powerful owl to get that data. Maybe one more question up the back. Yeah. Oh, all right. So nesting boxes is a great question. They're not successful, usually. Getting better at it. Now, the people in Sydney may know of, there was a nest box put up in Sydney, and it was put up, I think, in about 2020, in an area where in Sydney, there's more and more and powerful owls in the urban area, and they're starting to overlap. So as in their nesting territories are starting to overlap. So a fella built a nest box and put it up, and he's obviously put a lot of thought into the design of it. And it's the only manufactured nest box that we're aware of that has worked. And it worked in 2022. Now, in 2022, I mentioned that all the natural nests were filling up with water. So whether the powerful owls that normally nested in the hollow-bearing trees in the vicinity of that nest box decided, oh, shit, well, let's give this, let's give this thing a go. And they have, and they successfully nested in that box. And they went back the year later and used it again. So there was a couple of interesting things about the design of that box. When I put the picture of the hollows up, I meant to point out that most of them have got a nice sort of like a little patio sort of lip on the edge of the hollows, which is what a big powerful owl with those big talons needs to perch on. A nest bloke put a really good perch point on the front of that nest box, and that could be the key. The other thing too with nest boxes, in the hollow, you've got a mum and a couple of chicks crammed in there, and you've got a dad bringing back half a possum and then going away and coming back and bringing back a flying fox and chucking all of this dead animals into the hollow for mum and the kids to eat. And you got all of that they haven't eaten is just rotting and decaying, and all of the owl poo is in there as well, and the pellets are in there as well. There's got to be something going on there in that hollow, like a little micro ecosystem going on that breaks down all of that stuff. So that could be another reason that nest boxes don't work. I have suggested to a few people that are at the moment trying to build some nest boxes that before they put them up, or when they put them up, go to the shop and get some liver and some kidney and some guts and offal and put it all in there and try and get this biome happening in there that will break down stuff if the powerful owls do use it and bring it in. So yeah, nest boxes, what we need to do is keep the large hollow-bearing trees. Nest boxes are a cop-out, a little bit like offsets, where they give people an excuse to clear habitat because they say, it's okay, we'll just put a nest box up. But yeah, it's not as good as the real thing. It's like asking us to go and live in a Tupperware lunchbox instead of living in our house. One more?
Just on that, if you've got a large eucalypt,
Yep.
and able to manufacture a hollow inside that, will they take that?
Yeah, that has worked in. So yeah, the question was if there is a standing eucalypt, a large standing eucalypt, and you can use a chainsaw to make a hollow in it, will that work? It does work. It works for gliders and possums, other birds, and I think in Victoria it has worked for powerful owls. The other one is getting a eucalypt like the one that Kevy was monitoring that Cyclone Alfred blew over, and getting the hollows off that and getting a tree climber to take them up and attach that to a standing tree. But they seem to work better than someone knocking together some bits of firefly and gluing it all together and putting it up. But maybe I hope we never get to the stage where powerful owls need to rely on manufactured nest boxes in our urban environment. It would be really, really sad if we get to that. And we need to do better at looking after those important resources, the hollow-bearing trees and the riparian watercourses. How much more time, Christina? That's the first time I've ever done a presentation with time to spare. Yep. All right. Well, yeah, once again, thanks for coming along. Oh, don't think I put up the, there it is, the important bit. If you've been so inspired by this presentation or other presentations, and no doubt you will be inspired by Kevy's talk and Nick and Lucy's talk, and you want to join our amazing band of volunteers, that's the QR code. That if you've got one of these modern phones that can turn that into an internet page, you can go and register. So you'll have to register a profile with BirdLife Australia, and then you can sign up. You'll get a link to our fantastic online training system, which some have recently done. If your phone doesn't make that thing work, and you've got a piece of paper and a pen, you can write down that powerful owl-briz@birdlife.org.au, or just go home and search for BirdLife Australia Powerful Owl Project on your favourite search engine, and it should pop up. That's about it, I think. Thank you.
So we're lucky to have Christina. She is an absolute gun in research. If you Google Christina, you'll be like, oh my goodness, she's been up to all kinds of good work, written tons of papers. BirdLife is lucky to have her. She also does some work at the University of Sunshine Coast. So welcome, Christina, who's going to give us a little bit of good news, among other things.
For once, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, I might do this as well so I can walk around. Everyone can hear okay? Did anyone feel like they want a standing break for just a second? You're right. Stand up for a second. Yeah, go on. Get some blood moving. Put your arms above your head. Next. Want to be able to really take in. Ooh, flap those wings, right? You can make your bird calls if you want. All right. Excellent. Yeah, maybe not this part, Nick. Wait till we get going. All right, we are on target. So first I want to, like Rob did, acknowledge the traditional owners in which we meet today, and pay my respect to elders past and present. Also want to thank Rob and others who have helped to organize this great event, and all of you for coming. I'm just so excited that you've got this interest in powerful owls and ecoacoustics to a degree, hopefully, as well. So with a bit of time that I've got till around 11 or so, I'm going to talk to you about how these owl-killing rat poisons are impacting our powerful owls and a recent victory. Okay, so I should say, yeah, I'm Dr. Christina Zdenek, and I work for BirdLife Australia. And I want you to look at this beautiful infographic that Lauren Edwards from BirdLife has made. And you can start to see, so rat poisons, as Andrew has pointed out, they aren't just killing rats, and that is the problem. So there is something called second generation anticoagulant rodenticides, and that's to differentiate from the first generation. Okay? First generation, they don't accumulate as long in our ecosystem. But with these second generation ones, yeah.
Sorry.
You want me to stand in the back?
The problem is the mic for that is the one that's going to the Zoom.
Yeah, they'll get me on and off, I know. That's just gonna have to be part of it. And I want this out of the way as well. There we go. Thanks, Dr. Nick. All good. And so if you follow this along, for instance, you know, the rat might eat it, But we also have 57 different native mammals that are about the size of a rat and might go and eat it as well. We've got cockroaches that might eat rat bays, and even ducks, all sorts of things, slugs, centipedes, and you can just imagine how many other things are eating those things, right? So it is this bioaccumulation up the food chain, you know, then the snakes are eating the rodents, and then our wedgies are eating the snakes, monitor lizards. Does anyone know? You want me to sit here? I see your eyes.
We can point it a little bit that way. So
Oh,
you
it's a
could,
little
you
bit
could go
like
a
this.
little bit.
You're like, okay, oh, that is good. Does anyone know indigenous moths that eat?
You can't go
monitor
that far. I'd say about here.
lizards?
Sorry.
No, I get you. Yeah, so who knows of any indigenous mobs that eat monitor lizards? It's quite a popular, right? And monitor lizards love to eat snakes. What are snakes eating? The rodents. And all of a sudden, if you have this rat poison that lasts so long, so why are they so bad? Well, they're killing a range of different taxa across the whole ecosystem, different habitat types, and even different foraging guilds, right? So right up the food chain. And so their half-life, I should say, is up to 350 days. So what that means, if you say have 100 grams of a wax bait, right? If you have a rodent problem, you know, wherever it might be, your house or at a church or at a school, right? Any warehouses, these are just rampant throughout society. As soon as you put out this bait, if you've got 100 grams of it, in 2 years' time, you'll still have 25 grams, 2 years. It's almost like PFAS. You've heard of PFAS? Right? Somewhat similar to a forever chemical. Okay, and so they're found in every time that researchers find a dead animal, if they happen to scrape the bottom of the barrel and get some funding to pay $500+ to test the livers of these animals, every time they're finding these chemicals in these animals, and that has likely contributed to their death. This is what we're calling the silent killer. We don't know what's happening. It's easy to see this habitat destruction, isn't it? And you know that's bad. But how about this silent killing that's happening under our noses? And so I've been working with BirdLife Australia and the SGAR task force team for a little while now. And we're trying to educate people about this. We're going to retailers, councils, state governments, the federal government, all sorts of things. But if you look across here, this is how many species are affected. We've got a drooling masked owl. Look at that. This is a bit of drool here. That's very sad. Quolls, all endangered quolls, which is sending them closer to extinction. Our boobuks, Judy Rowley showed that 36% of those frogs had rodenticides, which is a chemical ingredient, one of the longest lasting ones of SGARs. Tawny frogmouth. So they won the Australian Bird of the Year last year. And maybe you might be noticing you don't see as many anymore. It could be because of these rat poisons. All right. Now, we of course are going to go into powerful owls shortly, but I'll just mention the reason why these reptiles are in brackets is because reptiles don't seem to be as negatively impacted, as in it doesn't kill them so readily. But what it means is therefore they are bioaccumulating. They eat more mice, and those toxins, those chemicals are lasting so long that it just becomes this mega deadly dose, right? As soon as a raptor, like, you know, a sea eagle.
The microphone's on the computer.
Only there, not this one?
So it's,
Right here.
no.
No, right here.
So you just need to be
Right.
No, closer.
Have you got me now? All right, I've got the ball and chain right here. So the bobtails and snakes. So this is Damien Latouche's 2020 paper along with Mike Law and the rest. And that was really important to show that we might have these vectors that are going in the environment and accumulating super toxic doses. So let's look at powerful owls. So Raylene Cook and colleagues found that there is widespread second generation anticoagulant rodenticide exposure in powerful owls. Right, so up to 83.3% out of the 24 dead owls. Now, this is just what they managed to collect. You know how big a powerful owl is, right? Andrew had said, you need a freezer. You need to first have someone that can see that there's a dead owl. So there'd be probably plenty that might be dying in the bush and you don't encounter them, of course. But the ones they managed to find and have freezer space for and be able to pay, right, a veterinarian and pay for the mass spectrometry results. And they found 83%. So this is huge, right? And lethal concentrations were 17%. However, it's not to say that just 17% would die, because as soon as you have a powerful owl that's got these toxins, or any owl, bird of prey, whatever, scavenger, then they start to bleed out internally. That's what happens. So this slows their reflexes, and it makes them lethargic. So they're more susceptible to disease and car impact as well. Their reflexes slow down. So these are the types of symptoms. And so a lot of wildlife carers are seeing these sorts of symptoms in animals as they're coming through. And you think, oh, it's been hit by a car, so let's blame the car. Well, why was it hit by the car? And some recent research, so Scammell et al., so Deakin University, they found, well, they were looking at the percentage of possums that were impacted by SGARs, because we know that powerful owls, right, they're not typically eating a lot of rats. So is it just that the brushies and the ringtail possum are eating these rat baits, right? So we call them rat baits, but it's just a free protein meal that anything that can get a hold of it will be like, I want that, right? So they found that 90% of brushies were exposed. So that's why it's got a bigger arrow, right? Bigger, thicker. And then there's a thinner arrow, so a smaller percentage of ringtail possums. And so then it became, well, maybe powerful owls have shifted their diet. And this is, right, maybe they're eating more rats. Well, no, that is not the case. And I'll go into that in a second, but here is just another illustration. The number of SGARs detected, right? So this is 3 or more different types of chemicals. So you see how common ringtail possums, a lot of them didn't have any, but here we have in the brushy. So this is just illustrating the point that I showed you before. And this is what I was getting to just before, that no, out of looking at 1,094 owl pellets, so like what Andrew was showing you just before, Scammell et al. Just January this year found that no, 91% of them is still over here, ringtails and brushies, but they did find that the crest possum increased, but we still have only about 2% being rodents. So this illustrates, so this top order predator, right, is illustrating that there's widespread contamination in the ecosystem by these long-lasting owl-killing rat poisons, right? So that's problematic. And I know you can't see this, but I just wanted to show you, and I'll point out here, that these rat poisons, the idea here, this is up to 21 days it takes for a wild-caught rat to die, up to 21 days. So as soon as it eats a rat bait, you think, oh great, it's gonna just die. I bought the one that says fast action. I want it to die fast. Well, I'll tell you what, that is absolute false advertising. It really should say slow action. What they mean and what they're getting at, and their advertising ploy there, is that it only takes one bite or dose, right? One single feed to kill that animal. However, the mechanism in the blood clotting cascade, it prevents that recycling of vitamin K, which is needed to activate your blood clotting proteins. All right, it's getting a little bit of detail here, but it takes a while for your body's stores to run out. So you have a rat or a possum, whatever it might be, that's eaten the bait. It will take them days and days and days, and their behavior changes. And it makes them more vulnerable to actually being selectively preyed upon by our predators. Are you going to chase after a rapidly moving mouse or one that's just stumbling around during the day because it's dehydrated and it's totally disoriented and it's just like, what is happening? I feel so sick, right? And Al's like, yeah, that's what's happening. This is problematic. So what are we doing at BirdLife? We are hitting this from every angle. This is a huge campaign for BirdLife Australia, and for 7 years now. I've only been at the tail end, the winning end. No, lots of people for many years have worked super hard on this, engaging with the regulator, right? That's the APVMA. MPs, government, right? With lots of submissions. You probably, who's seen our comms on this? Not just a little, yeah? Okay, we got maybe a third to a half of the audience. All right, well, follow us on Instagram if you're there, or Facebook, BirdLife Australia. Middle pressure, working with academics, Wildlife Health Australia, getting data together as much as we can to show our government and the regulator and the retailers who are selling these on public shelves really how big of a problem. We've got bottom up, lots of groups like Owl Friendly Margaret River, it's been really good, or yeah, a few other ones who is helping to mobilize supporters. And so in Australia, there's 167 different products that have these chemicals, these SGARs in them. And up until 10 days ago, which I'll get into just a little bit, if you're a 5-year-old child, you can go ahead and go grab, right? You can go ahead and grab these baits from Bunnings and no one's going to stop you. And yet in America, for 10 years, you've been able to buy ammunition and guns from the shelves, but not these long-lasting poisons. And that should illustrate how bad it really is. And Australia has been on the wrong side of history until very recently. So the regulator did come out on the 16th of December, just this last year, and they came out with a 300-page special gazette, they called it. And it took our team a long time to go through that. We had 2 pro bono lawyers to try to work through this massive document. There's that 301 pages. And what they had decided was absolutely not good enough, and in fact, pretty terrible. And I know you can't read what's there, but we did put together what's called a scorecard on BirdLife's website. And only one thing was good, and that they were going to stop these powder and liquid formulations. But the rest, they were just going to be like, you know what? You can keep doing all the things. You can keep deploying as you like. But if you could just go around looking for dead carcasses, that would be really helpful. And then, right, if it wasn't so serious, it would totally be laughable. That was one of the things. They were limiting pack sizes, what they wanted to do, and yet no limitation on how many packs you could buy. Right? Somehow that was going to be the magic bullet. Dyes and bittering agents, that's only from a human health perspective, and diagnosing with poisoning, right, by these poisons. And these bait stations, the problem with that, there's research coming out by Associate Professor Rob Davis showing that 78% of what goes in and out of that bait stations, these tamper-proof boxes where you put the bait in, 78% are native animals. This is problematic. And yeah, we've already gone through that. Yeah, go search for your dead rodents. Good luck with that. So therefore, we campaigned hard. We doubled down. And we got, within a matter of weeks, over 10,000 submissions. Did anyone here do a submission? Well, can you give yourself a pat on the back and everyone else? Thank you for that. Thank you. Well done. So we put together a tool to help you guys. Lots of social media. Lobbying, our CEO went and met directly with Murray Watt, our federal environment minister. And we don't know what exactly was the tipping point. But through all of that pressure, including we had a petition, nearly 40,000 people signed, Bunnings, take these off your shelves. It shouldn't be there. People should be able to walk into your store and not inadvertently buy something that has a high likelihood of killing your tawny frogmouth or your powerful owl in your backyard, right? But fortunately, the regulator did a big backflip. And so what they've done now, and this is why we said that we did it. Now, look, we've won the biggest battle so far, and probably the biggest one, but we haven't won the war. And I'll put it in those words, because there's still more work to do. But these are some details. I don't really have time to go into them, but there's a 12-month suspension that's going on. So you can't import or manufacture more of these things. And a thing called restricted chemical product, that's what's then moving these rat baits off the shelves and putting in the hands of licensed professionals. Now, what that looks like will determine what state, right, that you've got, the control of use authorities, DPI, and that sort of thing. So that's good news. And we're still going hard. So Dr. Holly Parsons and myself, in collaboration with a lot of other experts. So we were hitting the AgVet code through the regulator, and now we're going to hit our nature laws, EPBC. Right? So this is a whole different lever. A 51-page document I just submitted up the chain. This is on Friday. This is literally last night. So you're getting the news right away. Right? It's called the key threatening process. We're trying to say that SGARs are a key threatening process. So including a lot of Indigenous knowledge there as well. So how can you help? I know that's what you're thinking. And cue Lizzie. So if you're wondering, if you have a real problem, we obviously want to try to avoid poisons as much as we can, but sometimes people do resort to them. And it's terrible to say, but you really need to look at the fine print active ingredient and make sure you don't get these particular ones. And we've got them listed in this flyer. And, you know, give them to your school, give them to other family members. Like, this is a massive problem. It's insult to injury that our wildlife doesn't need, right? There's already so much damage to the environment going on. So, oh, it's messed up. That didn't look that way on mine. Yeah, no, that happens. So these are the chemical names, and you can have a look at them. Avoid, this is just a traffic system, right? So all these names, you're never going to memorize it, right? So that's why we're glad the regulator came on board to eventually remove these rat poisons off chemical shelves. But something called Ratsack Naturals is a salt-based formulation, and that could be, yep, we got something?
No, the first two are good, and the red one's bad.
Okay, so I maybe wouldn't say good, but they're less bad than these.
But green is okay.
Green is okay. Yeah, so do not ever buy something that, especially Brodifacoum. Every study finds that is the biggest chemical that is found in highest amounts in all these animals. But these ones are all bad. These are the second generation. So warfarin, if you have to resort. So the first thing, avoid poisons if you can. Use a mechanical trap, electronic trap, something like that. And tidy up, right? Reduce the amount of calories that these rodents have access to, right? You can seal your home, do things like that. And then you can go to a salt-based version. Ratsack Naturals would be one. Right, so I've got that one in green here. This one, cholecalciferol, that one you need a licensed professional, but that one doesn't bioaccumulate. That's the point. But yeah, definitely avoid the red stop. And these ones are less bad, but avoid if you can. All right, so warfarin. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Thanks, Dr. Nick. So we want to support owls. The irony is that the things that are going to help us control rodents are owls, and yet these poisons are killing the owls, right? So if you can support owls in your area, fight for that old growth tree to be able to stay there, write to your councils, convince your neighbors, right? It'd be great to have programs where property owners are paid $200 per year for each big old growth tree. That one of the councils has done that. I think it's in WA, yeah. And because it does take some money to be able to maintain them and keep them safe sometimes. You can put up nest boxes for barn owls or boo books, right? So this is helpful as well. So yeah, we want to support our owls. Other ways, so you can scan that QR code and that takes you to a tool to ask our members of parliament, our representatives in government, to ask them to restrict the use to professionals, but not just professionals, but rare circumstances for professionals. Because if professionals just have the same sort of daily deployment that people did, all you're doing is shifting who is deploying the bait. The wildlife doesn't care about that. They care about how much poison is in the environment, right? So we need to really make it rare circumstances, such as quick pulse baiting for island eradication of feral rodents to save endangered species. And if you could share our posts, we need to get the word out there. Like, how many people here had not known about rat poisons? Got one at the back, I know, who just recently learned, despite loving owls. All right, so maybe you all are a special group. you are well aware. So that's good. You can get creative, right? So this is what Tanya did. She just, I don't know if people will make the connection, but so Bunnings, they have agreed to remove these products off the shelves 9 months ahead of time. So by the 30th of June. And what are they doing? They're resorting to putting them on sale. Oh, yes, I wish Bunnings could hear. All of the audience are just in shock, right? So it's been shown that this is bad and it is in the public interest to get them off shelves. And so they're like, get rid of them. Let's make our money instead of having to dispose of them. And so this person is creatively just put a bunch of owl gnomes on the top, maybe hoping people to make the connection.
So if you want to go and do that, fake owls are in the aisle that have all the sprinklers and the bird and all the stuff.
Okay. Owls, yeah. Andrew Dinwoodie is telling us where you can get these owls, and it's by the bird netting, apparently. And so all of you have these flyers, right? You've got these flyers. You could go to Bunnings, say, can I speak to the manager? I'm just wondering why these are still, sell. But anyway, we've won the battle. It will be some transition time, and all these poisons, remember how long they last in the environment? So we mightn't see the benefit just yet for our wildlife. But now you all are aware of it, and you could be good stewards, spread the word, share our social media posts. Please write letters to MPs, or just you can click through our tool on BirdLife Australia website, and we can help to save our powerful owls. Thank you very much. Any questions? Kieran.
Any exemptions for broadacre applications in agriculture during mouse plagues?
Yeah, the question is, will there be any exemptions for agriculture during mouse plagues? Likely, we don't know what it's going to look like, and this will be state by state. So Australia is a bit of an exception. Apparently, Australia and China are an exception in that we have these huge mouse plagues. So what's that qualified as? It's between 800 and 1,000 mice per hectare, means it's a mouse plague, right? So we can quantify that. And it is a problem for our economy, right? Human health and that sort of thing. And we would encourage farmers to support owls. That's helpful, right? Put up owl boxes. And there's a group in the UK, Owls Are the Solution is their name. Yeah. And they're going around farmers' places, and farmers are paying them to put up owl boxes so that the barn owls, they'll eat 100 mice every month, right? So that's quite helpful. I imagine, Kieran, that there will be an exemption for this. And I think if it's in a very short pulse baiting scenario by professionals, then that would be legitimate. But, we'll see whether like that and island eradications. But it's this everyday use that really we need to stop. Yes.
So if they use first generation in the ag area like that, would that help?
If they use first generation in the ag area, would that help? It depends on where you are. In Western Australia, it's been shown that I think it's the black rat has become resistant to SGARs, right? And this is actually a good argument as to why these second generation shouldn't be used in a broad scale. We should use it for emergency circumstances. We're not using antibiotics willy-nilly, right? Because otherwise that will select for the bacteria that is resistant. And that is what's happening with these rodents. So there's some resistance, but they should absolutely try the SGARs first in this broad scale. And there's an issue with two certain populations. They like certain scents. And so they might be trying different types of products that might suit a different area. Yeah, so great question. Yep, another one. I'll get you next, Rob.
Where are dead owls that have been picked?
Where are the dead owls?
If they're found, where is it? Post-mortem?
Yeah,
What proportion of post-mortems are finding? Yeah, you would ever say that.
well, the question is what percentage of post-mortem, this is a powerful owls? Of, oh, well, I'll tell you, okay, so, yeah, so what percentage of the owls in post-mortem dissections are finding these rat poisons? Well, I didn't mention it, but just in Western Australia, the paper hasn't been published, but Associate Professor Rob Davis and colleagues, they found 17 out of 17 masked owls all had second generation rat poison chemicals in their livers.
But was that the closest there?
So there was a lot of car impact and some were just found in the bush. And so he's asked whether that's the cause of death. So how we know this, and I think it was 13 out of 17, they can measure the quantity. And if it's over, I believe it's 0.5 megs per kilogram, then that's considered toxic. And then there's a level of lethal. And I think, I don't remember exactly the cutoff, but Dr. Mike Lohr has put these cutoffs in his 2018 paper on boobucks. So yes, we can say that because it's at this level, high likelihood that it has died from that because they're lethal levels, the amount of that SGAR in that owl. But we also know from experiments on rodents, which is another vertebrate that has the same coagulation cascade as the owls, that at these different concentrations, this is what's killing them. And then you find it in there and the owl's dead, right? So the burden of evidence can't be too great to the point where we just sit back and watch everything die.
But also low doses could lead to other causes of death because of their disorientation.
Okay, low doses, yeah, Dr. Nick has said low doses could also cause death because of making them more vulnerable, things like disease. So Tasmanian devils, having this comorbidity could make them more susceptible to their devil facial tumor disease. Right, so we're pointing that out in the key threatening process. Rob, you had one. Sorry, I made you wait.
Sorry, so this was from online.
Oh, online question.
So they're curious about where you're at in the nomination of the key threatening process.
Where are we at with the nomination for the key threatening process? Great question. This is due the 31st of March, and it will be the Threatened Species Commission, Scientific Commission, Threatened Species Scientific Commission, that will review it, and they will make a recommendation to DEQ, our federal environment department, and then DEQ will come back. So we are submitting it at the end of March. I've just put it off my shoulders, this big massive burden that's been weighing me down for months. And we have 8 or so external reviewers that are looking through it. So academics, as well as a veterinarian from Wildlife Health Australia. And we're super grateful for all of their pro bono assistance in this, because being a nonprofit, we rely on donations, of course, and limited budget. So a lot of people are just donating their time to this issue because they're passionate and realize it's such a huge issue. So I wanted to definitely acknowledge these people on the slides here in particular have been really, really crucial in this campaign. Thanks for that question online. Any other questions? I think. Naughty. Here we go. Back on. Don't worry, folks. Look at that. How do you like it, Rob? 5 minutes ahead of time? I just dropped this mic. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Gee, we wanted to call this owl detecting for alcoholics. but then it was pointed out that you're probably not alcoholics yet, but hopefully by the end of today you will be alcoholics.
So I think we can speak to the room. If anybody can't hear, then just stick their hand up and we'll go to the mic, I think.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Yeah. So we'll start. The owl of art detect.
The owl of art detecting.
The owl of art detecting off to a great start. So the owl of The art of owl detecting. I'm Lucy, this is Dr. Nick, and this is what we're here to talk about today. Before we begin, I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet. We'll start off with the origin story about how we started getting into powerful owls. So it wasn't that long ago, 2021, a pair of powerful owls started nesting near where I live, and being close to COVID, there was quite a local community that would gather under the owl, talk about what the owl was eating, ask questions about owls. But then there was a core group of us. You see one in the middle there, yes, who became
Christina.
alcoholics. And we'd be there every night, sometimes more than once in the night, and we'd sort of talk about owls and really get into owls. And then Nick and I volunteered for the Powerful Owl Project. Once we found out there was a Powerful Owl Project, we signed up straight away, we took the courses and things, and as Rob said, we've had over 2,000 Powerful Owl observations between us, it's quite a lot, and we know up to about 40 pairs in and around Brisbane. We do go owling most days, sometimes more than once a day. So
if
we
you
are
do the
really
division
are.
2,000 by the number of years and stuff like that, it's more than one a day.
Yeah, more than one a day.
Yeah. Yeah, so what are we going to talk about today? Well, basically the art of owl detecting is the sort of core of it. But then thinking about this talk, we've wondered, well, how do we owl detect? And the core of it for us seemed to be really that by understanding the owls and their behaviours and how they change over the year, that is what has really made the difference for us to become better owl detectors over time. So to start off with, we want to talk about a day in the life of an owl. You know, what is a typical day for an owl like? Then we'll move on to how it changes over the year, across breeding season and so on. Then the core bit that you're all going to be taking notes on, this is how I find an owl detecting. A bit on data collection, because of course the best data is shared data. Some new and fun things we've learned. It's pretty incredible. You'd think a bird that's this big, that lives in amongst us in the city, you'd think everything would be known, but even sort of amateurs like ourselves, we see things that haven't been seen before.
And I'd ask who I considered the experts, and they go, oh, we don't know. No, what do you mean you don't know?
Yeah, it's really quite incredible. So we'll do fun things, a bit on folklore. There's quite a lot of folklore around powerful owls when you start getting involved in the community. And then how we've applied what we've learned to working with a lot of the owl rescue people, some of whom are in the room today, and how we've applied what we've learned to helping with either rescues or releases, and hopefully making them a little bit more successful. And finally, we'll talk about a bit on safety, both yours and the owls. So to start off with.
Okay, so to start off with a day in the life of an owl. Powerful owl territories. So powerful owls are really highly territorial. They will defend their territories. And once they, against other powerful owls, very much so. And then once they have established their territory, they will remain there as long as they're healthy and their territory remains healthy.
Yeah, so it could be many years.
Could be many years.
10, 20 years, or something like that.
Urbanly, so a paper was published down south. It said urbanly their range is about 6 square kilometres, whereas in the bush it's much bigger. It's probably due to a concentration of their prey in our urban environments. We like to breed possums in our roofs. They like to eat possums.
Yeah, but despite the fact that they'll fiercely defend their territory against other powerful owls, they seem to be remarkably tolerant to other types of owls in the area. In one stretch of creek, we know in one area, which we can't tell you where it is, about 150 metres long, we saw powerful owls, boo-books and barking owls all nesting and seemingly living with each other quite, well, not exactly friendlily, but they didn't bother each other. I know in other countries some of the larger owls will actually eat the smaller owls.
Okay, so powerful owls being nocturnal, they do spend a lot of the day sleeping. So they usually find a good day roost. So if you see an owl in the morning in a roost area, it's likely to be there in the afternoon. They may move a little bit, not so much. And sometimes they will roost together. So we follow pairs that will roost together all year round, and some are more independent until breeding time.
Yeah, and so you'll often see them, if you do see a powerful owl, holding prey during the day. So here you've got a couple of examples. The one on the left has got a fruit bat, and here we've got a ringtail. Yeah, I mean, they are powerful owls. They're the only Australian bird which can actually fly with their own, fly carrying more than their own body weight. So they can, brush tail, can happily pick up a brush tail and carry it away. So during the day, you'll often see them holding the prey, and possibly it's due to the not being able to eat it all overnight, so they keep it for the next day. But also it might be a sort of show of strength, sort of saying to all of the things in the area, hey, look what I've got, don't mess with me, I'm a big powerful owl, I can take possums.
And then something else that may happen during the day and may cause them to move their roost area is mobbing by other bird species. So obviously smaller birds don't want a powerful owl in their territory because they can eat them. And we've noticed that the mobbing can go on for a minute to up to about an hour, and there are lots of species involved. So around here it's more commonly the noisy miner, blue-faced honeyeaters, but in a paper that was published, the smallest bird was a brown thornbill, not sure a powerful owl would even see that, and the largest one was a sulphur-crested cockatoo.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with the brown thornbill, because they won't, I think the smallest bird is about noisy miner size.
Yeah.
So the smaller birds, they're not actually predating
That they would
on.
eat on, yeah. They wouldn't eat a brown thornbill.
It's not worth it.
No.
Why would you bother? But for some reason they have an instinct to try and get rid of it.
And then we've noticed as well, so when the powerful owls are being or mobbed by these birds, they go into what we call raptor mode. So you see the head of the powerful owl here has changed, and it looks more hawk-like. They are hawk owls, but it changes to a more hawk-like face. Whether the smaller birds find that scary or not?
I don't know, I find it scary. And so here's a chick just come out of the nest hollow the previous night. And you hear the currawongs, it's being mobbed. You hear trilling. Yeah, I think there's noisy miners and butcherbirds all flying past. Cockatoos going off, but the cockatoos always just go off. I don't think they're involved in the actual mobbing. Not a very nice introduction to the world. Let's stay out of the nest and you get this.
So the parents of this one were quite close by, but the parents won't interact and won't sort of defend the chick. And then at dusk, like us, they wake up, they often yawn, they have a nice stretch, and they become more alert. So they're sort of re-establishing their night vision and things, getting ready to go off and hunt.
Yeah, and they'll typically start preening, stretching their wings, getting ready. Sometimes do allopreening, so preening between a pair, which is both probably to fix up their feathers a bit, but also I think is a bonding thing during breeding season. And so you can see there's a little owlet here fixing his tail. The other one checking out his talons, because he'll be needing that fairly soon.
And if they have been displaying prey, they might have a little snack as they wake up as well. Nice.
Yeah, nice. So, and then often from the day roost, they'll do a bit of calling. Okay, so that's a female. Anyway, Andrew did the calls before, so we won't worry about that. But yeah, they'll often call from their day roosts just on dusk.
Then, as it gets a little bit darker, they'll go through to their passing through roost. So this is where, if you adjust your night vision, you can get a better look at them. They'll often choose a dead branch that's more exposed, so they can keep an eye on their territory. They may start calling from there. They'll often stay a few minutes and carry on preening and things like that. And sometimes if they call, they might be joined by their mate. So that's a good time to see them silhouetted against the sky.
Yeah, but it's part of the process of them waking up. It's a bit like having a cup of tea in the morning. That's what they do for their cup of tea. Just collect themselves, check out the area, see what's going on.
And off they go to
and
work.
Off they go.
And also, yes, so here they are meeting up with their partner. As Nick mentioned, they're allopreening. So I imagine it's quite difficult to clean your own face, so they do a lot of facial allopreening, and then, yeah, that's where they meet up and off they go.
Another one? Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, I should have run through this better, sometimes they'll land, so this is a juvenile, it's landed on a branch that also got a brushy on it. Both of them were probably as surprised as each other when it landed there, and yeah, off it went eventually.
And so then they'll generally head off to hunt, or sometimes they'll go and take a bath. This is a little owlet we saw. We've only ever seen this once, though often in the mornings we'll see the front of the owls will be a bit wet still, so they often obviously do bathe quite a lot, but we've only actually been lucky enough to observe this once where it's actually taking a bath.
Very cool.
It was very cool, by a certain definition of cool. So the arc of the power planet.
Yeah, okay, so we've done the day, so what do they get up to in the day? And then if we go through the year, then we can find out where we're most likely to see or hear powerful owls. So we're heading into the breeding season now, March to April. We've noticed it's maybe a little bit early this year. So those ones that don't generally roost together will start roosting together, and even the ones that do roost in the same area will be much closer. The male was, as Andrew mentioned, the male will start investigating the hollow, and he'll make a purring noise as he goes, or often will make a purring noise on the edge of the hollow. Now, I know this has been recorded by Callan before, but we were able to sort of associate it with why he was calling. So whether it's him saying to the female, hey, look, this is what I found, this is really cool.
Yeah, she's usually sort of 20, 30 metres away in another tree, kind of watching him do this. And yeah, so he seems to be saying, hey, this is great real estate, what do you reckon about here?
And she may or may not say yes.
It's like photo taking that stage one.
Which one? Oh, right on dusk.
Right on dusk.
Yeah, so it was a bit dark. If you saw it close up, you'd go, oh, it's very ISO-y.
And then they will carry on with the allopreening, where they preen each other and then mating. It's usually one of the good times where you can tell which is the male. And then the female, so it's usually the male that starts the investigation, and then the female will come into the nest and see, yep, I approve of this nest.
Yeah, and they sometimes fight about it. We've seen where there are two nest hollows within a few hundred metres, and the male will go, I really like this one.
She goes,
and you go, no, this one.
Weirdly, she wins.
She does win.
So yeah, so she will start investigating the nest hollow, and then before she goes in, they'll often move where they've generally been roosting to within sight of the hollow, so they can keep an eye on the hollow.
Yeah, because often the hollow isn't in a great location in terms of cover and stuff like that, so they'll put up with a lot for a hollow, but generally they'll prefer to be somewhere else for their general business during the year. Okay, so this is a pairing. Very low and guttural.
Like a tiger.
It's like a tiger, yeah, true. Oh, it's me. So May, July, things start happening in the hollow. The female generally enters the hollow. By reputation in Brisbane, it's the first week of May, and some people insist it's always exactly the first week of May, but within a week or two. It does seem to be a very tight schedule all across Brisbane, within a week or two of the first week of May. One great way of knowing that there's a female in the hollow is nest hollow mobbing. This is something we didn't really quite realise what was going on for a while. But the other birds become aware that there are powerful owls nesting there. They don't really like it, and so they'll go there and start mobbing it. So you can see the cockatoo on the side there. It'll squawk really loudly into the hollow and then have a listen to see is there anything in there. And similarly with the noisy miners, they're always highly aware.
Just go off.
Well, they just go off. Yeah. Yeah. So that's a great way to know that the female has actually gone into the hollow. The male will generally do sensory duty nearby. He'll pick a tree maybe within 20 to 50 metres, and will often display prey there again. They do seem to display prey more often during the breeding season. So possibly that's a marking territory thing. And often the perch he chooses is much more open than one that they would usually choose outside the breeding season. So he's really sort of making himself known. The female may come out of the hollow at dusk to stretch a little bit, but will usually go back into the nest hollow fairly quickly. One way you can tell that you've got an active nest is the females often have their front. You can see the one on the left there. I'm not good with left and right. The front of her chest is really quite worn, and that's from the chicks in the hollow actually pecking at the leaves, at the feathers, pecking at the feathers. So that's a great way to know that you've got an active nest. And also to tell which one's the male and which one's the female.
Yeah, I mean, this one is quite obvious because she's actually quite a small female. There's quite a few pairs that we follow where apart from their attitude, it's almost impossible to tell by size which is the male and which is the female.
Yeah.
And they do tend to have the lower hoos as well, the bigger ones.
They do, that's true, yeah. So during the breeding season, the male will often take the prey to the hollow, though also the female will sometimes come out, grab the prey from the male and then take it into the hollow. As Andrew said, about 35 to 38 days for the eggs to hatch. And that's one of the best things ever when you're monitoring a nest hollow is you've been there for a few weeks, and then suddenly you can hear faint trilling in the hollow. And about 2 weeks after the eggs have hatched, you can often hear the trilling. And again, that's it's the best feeling. And maybe later, the female will start roosting outside of the hollow, possibly because if she's got 2 chicks in there, there's limited space. And so when they get bigger, she'll sit outside, but not always.
So the exciting bit, late July, early August, the owlets begin to emerge. So after they spent about 55 days in the hollow, they'll start coming out. So some owlets will start looking out of the hollow at dusk, maybe come out on the edge, stretch their wings and pop back in again. And then others, the first time you see them out of the hollow, that's when they fledge. So this was the first time that this little powerful owl had ever seen the world outside. So been listening to it in his hollow, and there he is.
Oh, hang on.
He's Trillion.
Yeah, so
Trillion. We don't generally name the birds, but some special ones we do name, and this one trilled so much in the nest that she got the name Trillion. And as you can see by her wings here, they're well formed, so she can fly. So as soon as they're out of the hollow, they can fly. They don't fly very well. Direction's not their strong point, but they do fly. And usually they'll have 1 or 2 owlets, sometimes 3, 1 or 2. And once they've fledged the hollow, that's it. They're not going to go back and use that hollow anymore. They will head off, and they will try and roost high. As Andrew said, they want to get away from any predators and things. So this one will fly hop around towards the top of a tree. Sometimes the first few days will be in the nest tree before they've made their way to the next tree.
Yeah, and so as Lucy mentioned, when they come out, once they come out, it's really random. It's like, okay, I can fly, but I'm not really good at the direction I'm going in. And so the first few days out, we have a lot of trouble finding the owlets often because they seem to pick a random direction, just go there, sit there, and next day it can be crazy locations, over roads, over paths, trees in the middle of big expanses, very exposed. Fortunately, the parents will often roost with them to sort of protect them a little bit, but not always, and they'll follow them around. But generally the adults seem to want to herd the owlets to where they want them to go. So the adults will have an area that they like, some creek that's maybe 100, 200 metres away, which has got good cover, and they'll kind of herd the owlets over there. And we've actually seen a male powerful owl fly to 2 of his owlets on a branch, and he's holding a possum, and he lands on the branch with the possum, and sort of goes, hey, look, possum! Yeah. And they're going, right, I want to get in there. And then he flies off, and towards the area that he likes, and we've seen, yeah, sure enough, they follow him because they want to eat the possum. So yeah, they slowly get herded towards a better area, which isn't over a path or in a road. So yeah, they fly around at night, generally stay relatively close to the roost area, and so the parents will leave them there while they go off to hunt. Siblings will often roost together, and also fly around together, trilling their little heads off. It's very cute to watch.
Okay, so Andrew had a shot of them developing, so here they are again. So this one is newly out of the nest, a day I think, white and fluffy, very, very cute. But as you can see from the top photo there, its wings are very well formed. So from the back, apart from his fluffy head, he'd look like an adult. Then slowly as they begin to grow, those bat-like chevrons come in, still got quite a lot of fluff, and then they're getting more and more like the adult birds in their plumage.
Yeah, but this one's still distinguishable. You can see around it, the last one on the right there, there's still just a little bit of fluff around its face, and so it's still distinguishable from an adult.
And he's got that inquisitive.
Yeah, that's the other way you can often tell, even if they're indistinguishable from an adult, the way they look at you when they're chicks, even when they're quite developed chicks, is quite different. They tend to be much more curious and interested in you, whereas the adults are, oh yeah, whatever. But the chick is, oh yeah, what are you? And yeah. Oh, it's me. So August to January, the adults develop, and this is a really exciting time to watch. You really see their world expands, you see their curiosity develop, their awareness of the world around them really develops. You see them practicing attacking branches and leaves. You sometimes see them carrying branches or leaves, practicing all those skills that they'll need when they become adults. We sometimes see them striking prey. We've seen them striking possums and bats really quite early as well. Not successfully, but they're generally trying to get the hang of what hunting is all about. Slowly there, and later on, usually we see it around maybe November, we'll see the owlets displaying prey themselves, though Brett Coleman has seen them in September, though it's not really clear whether they're holding prey that the adults have given to them or whether they've actually managed to catch something themselves and then displaying it. So later on, their ranges will... The range will be fairly tight to start off with, and it will slowly expand out further and further over time. They'll often roost more on their own and a lot less trilling at night. We'll talk about the trilling a bit more in a minute.
And then January to March, they're ready to move on. So here you can see this is a chick, but it's fully got the adult plumage, so it's indistinguishable apart from its attitude. Okay, so as Nick said, they tend to head bob you, they can't quite work out what you are. And a recent paper that had put a tracker on a juvenile owl found that it was ranging up to 11 kilometres from its territory before it left its territory. So it's really sort of trying to see which direction it can go in which to form its own territory. We don't know where they go. That would be one of the questions we'd love to answer. Like, where are all these chicks going if they're getting
But there was that Sydney tracking paper.
There was a Sydney tracking paper that had tracked a powerful owl and was found 100 kilometres from its original territory. So they obviously do travel quite far. Yeah. And as Nick mentioned, they sometimes pop up in very strange locations. We have one pop up at Roma Street Parklands. If anybody's been there, you know that there's not a lot of tree cover for powerful owls, but that was obviously one passing through.
Okay, so owl detecting. As you can see, we are official owl detectives by the power invested in us by Officeworks. Yeah, these are a bit of fun, but sometimes people ask us what we're doing. We won't usually tell them, but occasionally we'll give them a card if we think they might tell us about a location or something. So the problem with owls is, I mean, it's a big bird, but you think, well, it's going to be easy to see. I mean, but it's very different from normal birding. Mostly in normal birding, your eye is detecting movement. So if you see a tiny little fairy ran 50 metres away or something like that, you notice it because it's moving. And the human eye is great at movement. But the problem with owls is they tend not to move much, and they're also very camouflaged within their environment. So I don't imagine anybody's going to be able to guess where the owl is in that picture.
Try hard.
It's a try hard. He really wants. You can come up and point if you want, but no, here it is. Yeah. So yeah, the basic problem is that they don't move much, so they can be difficult to do. So how do we go about it?
So owl detecting. So first of all, we go sort of the big picture, and then we work our way down. So to find a new owl location, we will look at Google Maps, and owls like creeks and gullies. They like to roost on them. They've got enough space for these huge owls to take off at night, and they can view things coming and going. And then we'll overlay, so here we can see some creeks, and then we will overlay with the satellite imaging. So is there enough dense cover to support a powerful owl? And then dog parks. So Nick and I have always said the one thing powerful owls hate are dogs. But we've got some that actually do roost in a dog park.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful creek with like riparian, and it's all beautifully covered. Nearby, like 20 metres that way, but they like to roost in the dog park.
Yeah,
so,
we were actually looking at one last night.
Yeah.
We didn't actually find a pair there, but there's this like 20 metre by 50 metre enclosed area with a dog park for the dog park. One big tree in it, and the male and female are always in there when there's a beautiful creek like 50 metres that way. Who knows? Every rule that you think, and probably everything we tell you today, the owls always break it sometime. It's just to convince you you're not so smart. So once we've looked at the broader sort of view of things, we'll go and visit the location. We'll usually do a quick scout of the area, so a quick walk around, generally to cover as much of the area as possible to get a sense of what looks interesting. And then we'll focus on those areas which look particularly interesting and do a detailed search within those areas. So the sort of things that we're looking for, what we'll do is we'll walk the creeks and the gullies, because powerful owls have been shown, there's been several papers showing that they like to roost along creeks and gullies. It doesn't matter if the creek or gully is dry or only occasionally runs, it doesn't seem to matter so much. While we're going around, while we're walking, the more we do owl detecting, the slower we seem to walk. We'll walk along and we're scanning the ground for signs of the owl on the ground. Then we'll stop and then we'll look around at everything. You really don't see much while you're moving. You think you see a lot, but you really don't. So we find you have to stop, and you look at a tree and you think, well, that branch. You look on that branch and you have to consciously think, is there an owl on that branch? Because they really do merge into the environment. So you consciously look, is there an owl? No. Okay, next branch. Is there an owl? No. Next branch. Is there an owl? No. Next branch. And it's the only way you can really do it. It's
sometimes your brain sort of clicks in, so you've scanned it and you've gone, no, now, but your brain's gone, yes, there is. So you have to go back to it.
Yeah, you get a little tingling feeling. And as I said, we're looking down for evidence. And the other thing is mobbing. We're always listening for mobbing because the easiest owl to find is an owl that's already been found by other birds, or not other birds, by birds. There's a few things going on with the mobbing. So if the mobbing is moving, then it's probably not an owl. So it might be just a border dispute between noisy miners and blue-faced honeyeaters or something like that. But if the mobbing is concentrated in one area and doesn't seem to be moving, then it's a reasonable chance it might be an owl. Except for at dusk, because noisy miners just go off at dusk. And also the raptors, general raptors that aren't owls, the birds will respond to them. But typically in those cases, the raptors move and the mobbing species move with them, but also they make a special type of call that are particular to raptors in flight, and you learn to know, oh, okay, it's sort of going do somehow, and when you hear that, you know, oh, it's just a raptor, you can ignore that.
So we will often be walking along silently and then both hear it, both go, check that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so other signs of a powerful owl. So how do we know if there's a powerful owl there if we don't actually see a powerful owl? So the one that I'm quite keen on is the scat, the whitewash. So once you get your eye in for powerful owls, it's like thick, gloopy paint and quite a lot of it underneath. So here would have had a powerful owl roosting above. We always pin where we find it, because if we haven't seen it that day, we might come back to it another day. Feathers. The feathers are a really good way. They're beautifully barbed. BirdLife has this. It's logged on the bottom there. I've got a copy here of the different feathers, powerful owl and similar birds. So that's a good way of finding powerful owls too. And then pellets. So powerful owls, like other owls, bring up what they can't digest in a pellet. Quite often at dusk before they
You've
go
got a
off to
real
fly.
life
I've
pellet
got a
here.
real life pellet here if anybody wants to have a look. I've actually got a few.
Yeah.
So they come with little bones.
Yeah, come and look at this afterwards at the break if you
Oh,
like.
she's
But
gonna
we'll
pass
pass
them round.
Okay, thank you.
So they're
And
generally
don't nick them, all right?
they're generally about that size. Although we have seen bluebotts quite big as well. So that would be a good indication that there are powerful owls in the area. Another one might be prey remains. So they do, a powerful owl will eat the prey from the head down and sometimes drop the bottom bit, or they might drop prey and then not pick it up.
Yeah, so if you find the bottom half of the possum on the ground, you can be almost certain that a powerful owl has dropped it.
Yeah, they also like to take the intestines out of possums too.
We've got some really gruesome photos on our phones you just wouldn't believe. Oh yeah, so the first rule of when you find scat is always look up immediately, because you would not
I'm
believe
busy
the
going. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this! I
Look
think
at,
this is
hey Nick,
powerful owl.
look. And I've even taken photos. I thought, oh, let's get an action shot of Lucy looking at some scat, and I'll take a photo and we'll go, oh, quick, get out of there. And the other thing we're always looking on the lookout while we're going around is old growth trees with big hollows in them. So we always keep an eye out for those. And again, we pin them immediately on our Google Maps so that we can go back to that location. You always think you'll remember, but you don't. So what makes a good day roost? I mean, the thing to think about here really is what does an owl need? You know, what are its basic needs? And it needs sort of food, shelter, and a bunch of other things. So the first thing, as we mentioned before, is dry creeks or gullies, or possible ones with water in as well, possibly because that's cooler, perhaps a bit more airflow through them. They've also got a good view there, because if you're in dense forest, if you're on the edge of a creek, you've got a good view that way and that way. And also it's like a flight path for them, and they're big birds, which means that flying through dense cover is going to be difficult for them, though they've got very good eyes obviously, but it's obviously much easier for them. It's like a highway for them going along the creek lines. So we're looking for dense clusters of trees for shade and protection, so they don't want to be too hot, and they also don't want to be seen too easily by all the noisy miners and other bothersome birds that are out in the bush. They often have a lot of roosts, sometimes 10 to 15 different roosts, all within a kilometre or so of each other, and they'll often cycle between them, not in a particular order, but they will rarely use the same roost in subsequent days, except possibly during breeding season. And that's why it's good if you do find scat on the ground, pin it, because they may be there another day. And each of the owls is an individual. They have things they like, they don't like, and we actually, and they have favourite roosts. So some of the pairs we know, if we see an owl in a particular location, we'll know, oh, well, that's the female because she always likes that one, whereas the male prefers to be over in that sort of area. So that can actually be another way, a good way, if you know the pair well. Perhaps have heard them calling at night, so you know who's who and who came from where. It can be a good way of just finding them and distinguishing them. And they also generally want to have a big tree hollow within a kilometre or two to possibly move to for breeding. This is a good one.
And here, when we mentioned before, they often pop up in odd places. This is St Lucia Kindergarten, and they had a powerful owl visit them one morning. And the director there, another Lucy, was really good. She got them all.
You can see the owl on the top there.
She got them all drawing the powerful owl, and they did a whole lesson on the powerful owl. And then Nick and I went in and spoke to them. They are probably the worst audience because their hands are up all the time. Not always about powerful owls, but
Or it could be just like, I like powerful owls.
Yeah, I like powerful owls. But it's lovely to get the next generations through, and so all of those. We also give talks at schools and things, and I work at a school, and I like walking around, and people go, "Oh, look, it's the owl lady." Yes.
Yeah. So when's a good time to look? Generally, an hour or two time before dusk is when we'll generally go out. So we did some audio moth recordings, so ecoacoustic recordings, over several weeks. On the left-hand side there, that's the calling of the adults. I think it was when was that? May to June. Yeah, and so you can see there's a huge spike in calling right on dusk. tails off a little bit, and also quite a lot of calling at dawn there. The owlets, which is on the right, when they come out of the hollow, they trill their heads off. They just trill all night. The scales on these are quite different. See, in one half-hour block, there were 700 calls within that half hour. So because they always, basically it's their sort of sonar. They're saying to the parents, I'm here, I'm here. If you happen to come back with a possum, here. Yeah, and this is also useful information if you go there at dusk, because when you hear them call, the closer to dusk that you hear them call, the closer they will be to their day roost. So that can be a useful thing if you haven't managed to find them in the day, but you hear them calling right on dusk somewhere or other. You know, well, over in that direction, that's where they're calling right on dusk, so there's probably a roost over there. Whereas if it's 8 or 9 o'clock at night, they're probably around hunting, and they're not less likely to be near where their roosts initially were. So that can often provide really useful information. Oh, this is magic. This is the best one. This is one where you go, like, you've been walking through the bush, it's 2 hours, you're dripping in sweat, there's no evidence of owls, and you both decide, okay, there are no owls here, let's head back to the car. Where's the car? Let's take a shortcut here, and 100 metres from the car are the powerful owls. That has happened on more than one occasion. But you can't use it unless you really mean it. Yeah, you've got to be really annoyed and had enough. You can't just, yeah. And so the process I've described there of looking at the maps, choosing an area, going along the creeks and so on, sometimes you can get really lucky. Once I had my camera needed fixing, so we needed to go to a particular place. So we looked around, and we had to drive a bit of a way to go there. So we looked around and said, oh, there's a park there. That looks quite a good park. It's got a few creeks. The cover looks quite good. So we went there, walked the creek lines, and within 15 minutes, we'd actually found the powerful owl. And that's happened a few times. That was the angry one looking down. It was the angry one looking down. Photo. Yeah, but it certainly doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes you'll go back to a location 3, 4 more times and won't get lucky. But keep persevering, and it often comes together. So the other thing we always think about is data collection. I mean, the best data is shared data. So we always have the bird data app on our phone, and wherever we find an owl or evidence of an owl, we'll submit a report to the Powerful Owl Project there by recording the location, time, the type of environment, what we saw the owls doing, and so on. And that way the Powerful Owl Project becomes aware of them, and we also have a record for ourselves. And also collect some pellets. So as part of the Powerful Owl Project, and to work with Mount Tambourine School, getting the kids to dissect the pellets and finding out what they're eating and things. And they're all bagged and annotated and in my freezer, which is getting quite full at the moment. She doesn't actually have any fish fingers or anything in the freezer, is it? It's just Powerful Owl pellets. Her family are when my curious. Kids come home, they go, oh, what's in the freezer? Oh, mum again. Yeah, actually, but the kids at Mount Tambourine, they were just so enthusiastic. Well, one year we had one kid come up and he said, actually 3 of them came after that year, the first year, didn't they? Saying this is the best lesson ever. And then the next year, one of them came up and he was jumping up and down. He was so excited, and he says, "This is the best day of my life." Yeah, it's just incredible. They get to wear the white coats, they get the goggles and the gloves, and they look good. It's me again. So when we go out, we do tend to try and be a bit choosy about our locations and sort of optimise our the data that we're collecting. So we're always thinking, well, if we go to this location, what would we obtain by going to that location? And so we're thinking, like, is it new owls there? Perhaps we can find new hollows, observing behaviours like nest hollow investigation. If it's during breeding season, whether the owlets have come out, new behaviours, which you can see all across the year possibly, new types of prey and so on. So we're always keep an eye on what could possibly it's always nice to see an owl, but sometimes it's useful to find information. Yeah. Okay, so then we're moving on to owl etiquette and reading owl emotions. So when we're approaching a Powerful Owl Project
has some recommendations, and they are really easily upset. So, and they have been known to abandon breeding sites because of too much interaction with humans. So the Powerful Owl Project recommends at least a 30-metre distance. We don't use torches or flashlights, not even red mode, because you're usually viewing them just before they're going out to hunt. And if you are hitting them with anything that disturbs them, you're disturbing them at their peak time.
And also it messes up your own eyes.
Yeah, so we don't use torches even on our phones and things unless it's a new territory, but your eyes adjust. So you can watch that silhouette fly. If you've got a torch on that silhouette, as soon as it takes off, you've lost it. But if your eyes have adjusted, you can then follow and track it and see if there's any interaction with another owl and things. We keep really quiet. We hide in bushes and near trees so that there's not like a human silhouette for the owl to see. We only remain as long as we need to record the information that we do need. And if an owl looks upset, we leave. And you really do know if an owl looks upset, the way it stares at you. And we do not disclose our locations to anyone, even our immediate families.
Yeah, my wife has no idea where the owls are. So things that annoy powerful owls or signs of upset. Well, as we mentioned, they don't like, or call playback is terrible. I mean, but basically you're telling them that there's an invading owl in their territory and it's going to really upset them. And there was a study, there was a guy who talked to Birds Queensland a while back talking about northern masked owls, I think it was. Yep. And they were monitoring a nest they were recording, and someone came and did playback on this active nest, and the owls there were silent for 10 days afterwards. 10 days afterwards, they didn't make a single call, whereas they were doing it every day, so never use playback. That's a different species, but imagine it's a similar effect on powerful owls. They don't like noise, sudden movement, getting too close, staring at them. You tend to sort of try and look at them out of the side of your eye, so you're not sort of invading them too much. They don't like dogs and predators, apart from when they like to nest in dog parks. And they don't like noisy miners. And it's pretty easy to tell when they're upset. They'll look around a lot, they'll bob their head, they'll stretch their wings, possibly in preparation for flying, and they'll stare at you. Generally, if you enter an area, they will stare at you briefly. So they'll give you a hard look, but if they're not too worried, they'll lose interest very quickly, and then you know they're happy. So yeah,
we don't have too many photos of distressed looking birds because we try and back off as much as possible, but this one had found itself on the road just after fledging, and as you can tell, it's got the same expressions as us. This bird does not look happy. It looks freaked out, it looks worried, it looks concerned and things. So honestly, you can tell when a bird is not happy. So this one was then shooed or helpfully placed back or walked along to an area where it was more covered. It had
where its parents were.
Its parents were up here. It had the branches that it could get higher on and things. And already you can see that it's a much calmer looking bird. It's still interested, but its eyes don't have that like really freaked out, worried look about it. This was a female powerful owl who had found herself between a road and a busy path as she was trying to follow her owlet fledgling.
So cars were actually literally going underneath
her, and people were walking with dogs behind her and things, and she was quite freaked out by that. Luckily the owlet moved the next day and so did she. Yeah, but that's generally the face of an owl that is not happy with where it is and things. So for that one, you know, you back off, but she unfortunately was like that most of the day.
So she was fine the next day.
Yeah. And the best owl is an owl that looks like that. That's a happy owl. So you know, he would have woken up, taken a look around, probably gone, oh, it's them again, or,
So big brush turkeys.
Yeah, big brush turkeys tramping around. You know, we're trying to be quiet. They heard us like an hour ago.
Yeah.
And then, so the best owl is a sleeping owl.
Yeah. Actually, one point on that is they do seem to recognise individuals. We've noticed the pairs that we don't visit too regularly, but the ones that we've seen more often, they clearly know us, and they will often just look at us, give us a quick stare, and then fall asleep like that one. Whereas if other people enter the area, you can see they're much more alert and interested. So they recognise individuals.
because they're very, very clever.
They are very, very clever. So yeah, we've been, as I said, there's still a lot to learn about the powerful owls, and we've been lucky enough to see some things that are quite rare or unusual. There's always definitely more to know or discover about the powerful owls, and if you become involved in the project, hopefully you can contribute something. Yeah, so this was a crazy one. We were watching this powerful owl. He was roosting at dusk. He woke up. He was actually roosting quite low, maybe only 1.5 meters, 2 meters off the ground. And a water dragon went past. He went for it, snatched it, took it up to a tree about 50 meters away, and we went over there very quickly. And we were watching from the distance, and we heard these terrible munching noises.
Yeah, not a good sound with the powerful owls eating water dragon.
And once he moved off, we went and had a look underneath, and this is the charming site that we found. And this was really interesting because we looked at the literature, and as far as we know, there's only been one record of them taking reptiles before. There was a pellet that was found down in Sydney, and they thought it was a reptile, or they knew it was a reptile, and they thought it was probably a water dragon, but they weren't sure. But in this case, we actually got to observe the whole process, I think, as far as we know, for the first time, certainly for the first recorded time.
And then, as Andrew pointed out before, so powerful owls prey on arboreal animals climbing through the branches so that they can swoop on. But this one has obviously gone into a hollow to get that pre-fledged cockatoo. So that cockatoo is a tiny cockatoo, hasn't fledged yet, would have been in the hollow, and so the owl has gone into the hollow to get that baby bird. It was a hollow that the owl had been investigating for nesting, so whether it knew the limitations of the hole or it knew the hole and it was confident going in, we don't know.
Or maybe it was just going, I want this hollow.
Yeah.
Just get everything out.
Let's just clear it out before we use it. So that was really interesting to know that they do actually go into hollows to predate.
Yeah, and generally birds is quite a rare thing.
Birds
Only about
rare.
5% of prey in some studies. Oh, this was a fun one, according to your definition of fun. So this male powerful owl, he's got a brush turkey there hanging underneath him, and it's so big and heavy, it's actually touching the ground pretty much. I think there's only one record. There was a paper published in 2012 where the whole paper was basically, this owl had a brush turkey. So if we'd have done this 10 years or 12, 15 years earlier, we could have written that paper.
With photographic evidence.
With photographic evidence, indeed. But still, it was interesting to see, and it seems to be a fairly sort of rare and unusual
And there are
thing.
so many brush turkeys around that you often do see them living together, so we didn't think they ate them. And then, yes, so what we did one year was we analysed what we saw the powerful owls displaying. So most of the literature about powerful owls and their diet happens down south, and we've noticed that the diet differentiation between us and down south is quite big. So here, about half the time they'll be displaying flying foxes, whereas in Sydney, in Melbourne, it's much less than that, and then half of the time ringtail possums, and then a few, possums generally.
Yeah, possums generally. Yeah, but the literature is really biased. Most of the prey studies have been done down in Sydney and Melbourne, and it's a real hole in Brisbane that research hasn't been done up here to a great degree.
So if there's anyone in the room that would like to do that. And so what we found interesting as well when we got the kids to analyse it was that there were a lot more bird remains in the pellets than we saw with feathers and things. So are they eating that prey straight away because it's quite small, or what's happening that we can't see?
All right, folklore. So yeah, when you get involved in powerful owls, you can hear a lot of things, and some of them are true and some of them are less than true, shall we say. So the first thing is you'll often be told that males and females are easy to tell. Oh, it is me, good.
Yeah.
Males and females are easy to tell apart. They'll tell you that the females, the one on the left there, have a nice round head, whereas the males have a big square boxy head, and that's how you can tell them apart. But this really isn't true. The head shape and gender and body shape changes an awful lot according to their mood, time of day, weather, whether they're being mobbed, all sorts of things. So even a single owl can look very different minutes apart. So this was kind of the photo that proved to us that the square head hypothesis was just rubbish. So the one on the left is a female powerful owl, and you can be sure because she's got the worn front and is also smaller. But you can see her head is actually a bit more square and boxy than his. I mean, you can tell the difference by the size, but certainly square boxy head is not
definitive.
Not definitive.
Also, we are told that it's the male powerful owls that display their prey. Often mentioned, so Wikipedia says that. The excellent book, What a Male Knows by Jennifer Ackerman, mentions powerful owls that the males display, but we see females displaying all the time as well. So whether it's just because people see a big owl displaying and go, oh, it's got to be the male, because we're biased that way, or
Actually,
whether...
you can tell it's a female.
Oh, you
there.
can tell it's a female there because she's got the rounder head. But this is actually a pair we know quite well, and we know that that is the female. Or whether it's because the male does generally display during breeding season in a more open area, so people might see the male more than the females, but the females definitely display prey too.
The other one we've often heard was that powerful owls won't pick up, and so if they're displaying prey during the day and accidentally drop it onto the ground, we were always told, well, they'll never pick it up. Once it's on the ground, it's yeah, that's it. But that's certainly not true. One day we were watching this guy on the left there. He had the big brush tail, and we went back later and saw it dropped onto the ground and went, oh no, there's chicks. We knew there were chicks in the hollow. We knew that all this great food was going to be wasted. But right on dusk, he just flew down, picked it up casually, took it over to the nest hole and dropped it in. So that certainly isn't true.
So then, as Nick mentioned, so a lot of the data, or a lot of the things we've observed has helped us with some owl rescues, and we got some owl rescuers in the room as well. So the first owl that we helped with the lovely Barb, who's over there, was a female powerful owl who wanted to be rescued. So this was a female that had gone into the nest, and we'd gone out to observe what was happening around the nest at dusk. We'd seen what we thought was the male roosting quite low within sight of the nest, so we sat down to monitor what was going to happen that evening when the male flew in. And we knew something was wrong because the female should not have been out of the nest then. So we were sitting up the bank way over 30 metres away, under cover of some bushes, and she, at dusk, flew her way up towards us, landed on a log about 5 metres away and just stared at us as if to say, well, what are you going to do? Can you not tell I'm in trouble? Are you going to help us? So initially we thought, well, maybe we should just leave her and see what happens. But there are a lot of people that walk their dogs off lead in the area. She might not survive the night. We'd feel terrible. So we got on the phone and we were put in contact with a lovely Barb who came out and helped us, heard her and capture her. And she went off to the RSPCA for about 3 weeks. And while she was away at the RSPCA, Nick and I kept an ear out and an eye out on the male to see if he was going to remain in the area. We were new to this powerful owl thing. We didn't know if he was going to take off or what was going to happen. And every night when we heard him, he'd be calling for louder, for longer. He'd go further off the edge of his territory, obviously pining for her, so that was quite heartbreaking. And then we got the news that she was going to come back, so that was really good. So we worked with Barb to find out when the male powerful owl was calling, when would be the best time to bring her back. She said that she'd been quiet in the car until pulling up to the release site where the bird woke up. She knew where she was, the sights and sounds and things. So we let her out of the box. She was a bit reluctant. She stood on the ground. We all backed off and she stared at each of us. And then she just took off to a favourite roost. But before she did, she circled around and tapped me on the head with her wing. And we like to think that that's because she was saying thank you. And because the timing was right, the male was calling, they both met up on a branch, beautifully silhouetted, and disappeared in a Disney moment over. So that was a great introduction to helping the owls.
Yeah. So, so what, we learned a few things.
Got a question.
Question? She had a impact. force?
Blunt
Blunt force trauma on the
not
wing.
blunt force, just blunt trauma.
Blunt trauma
I
on the
don't
wing.
think he went like that.
Yeah, yeah. So she probably bumped into something, maybe a car, maybe a tree. Yeah. So we learned a few things there, and we also got known. The Powerful Owl project was more widely known amongst the wildlife rescue community. So when a powerful owl was found, a powerful owlet was found at a particular location. They gave the Powerful Owl project a call and said, "Do you know any powerful owls there?" And Andrew told us about that. And so we said, "Oh, well, we're going to have a look." And so we went to the area. And the Powerful Owl project did know there were powerful owls at that area, but we didn't know exactly where they were. So we went there, and fairly quickly we managed to find the powerful owls. And that was important because if the chick did recover, then it's kind of a requirement of the releases that they be released where the adults are. So it was kind of critical that we could find them. So we managed to find them. We observed them, saw what sorts of times they were waking up and becoming active, and so picked that time to do the release. And so then the wonderful Pat, who's in the room somewhere, brought...
in the room. Oh,
yeah, we're starting with Pat, and then we'll move to Matt. So Pat brought the... fist bumping at the back. Pat brought the owlet from where it was recovered and met up with Nat, who's also here, who is a wildlife rescuer releaser. We had scouted the area, found a nice spot in front of... So on the day of the release, we had to look for them again to make sure we could find them in the morning, confirmed that with Nat and Pat, and then said, "Well, come at 5:30, because that's when they become active." We found a nice branch. You can see the branch there that Nat has released it onto, which was directly in view of the adult powerful owls. Once sunset, the powerful owlet started trilling. The female became really interested, flew down, which once we released it, we all backed off, obviously, but from a distance we were watching. The female flew down, and they started allopreening, and they were very excited to be with each other again. And so it was clear that the bond was still there, and we knew that the owlet would be okay. And yeah, so that went very well. And we went and checked the next day. The next day, the owlet was in the same tree, but worked up a little bit higher. The day after, 2 days later, it was 25 metres up in a gum tree, so obviously it was doing well. And 5 months later, you probably can't quite see it, but it's actually got a bit of possum down the bottom there, so it was doing very well 5 months later.
Okay, and as Nick mentioned, you need to know where the parents are. So the next one that came in, there were no records with the Powerful Owl project of there being powerful owls there. So a chick had been picked up by a member of the public, and so Nick and I went out to try and find the powerful owls in around that location, which we did manage to do, thankfully. And that powerful owl...
It was by the car.
It was by the car, yeah. It's always by the car. And so the chick was in care for quite a long time, but so Nick and I would go out occasionally just to check on the adults, were they still in the area, were they moving around, and everything was fine. And then we get that great phone call again to say that the owlet's ready to be released. So we go back to the site. This time they found the adults in the morning so that Barb could come and bring the owlet in the afternoon, evening, so it could get used to the sights and sounds again. There wasn't this time the right branch, so we made one. And then it's one of my favourite photos. Look the way he's looking at them. Powerful owls are actually quite calm when they're young. And so he's just looking at her, and then so we'd set that branch up earlier. So there's an adult powerful owl in the background there, so it's got a view of the adult powerful owl. The adult powerful owl can see it. At dusk again, it started trilling. This time, it started looking behind us, not at the adult, and a sibling came in. So the times we've been out, we hadn't realised that there was another chick. So, and it was communicating with its sibling more than it was with the adults. And then again, we went back the next day, and there were the two powerful owl siblings quite high up in the tree, and the adults were over here keeping an eye on them. So another way that, you know, we
Yeah.
helped, hopefully, with powerful owls.
One problem is that sometimes they won't stay rescued, which is a bit of a problem. So this owl had just come out of Nest Hollow. It'd come out a little bit early, and the next morning we found it on the ground next to a busy path. People were walking up, dogs right past it. It was about, 50 centimetres off the ground. You'd be surprised the number of people who didn't notice this. They were like a metre from it. Anyway, by this time we had Barb on speed dial, and so she came over and she placed it up in the tree, and it seemed to be doing well. And later on it had gained some height, which is always good to see, so it was safe from predators. But we went back a few hours later and the little bugger was on the ground again. So we ended up just shooing it into some bushes near where the adults were, again where it could gain some height and climb up, and the next day it was fine. You know, sometimes the adults, the chicks just come out of the hollow a day or two early. They're not quite ready to fly, but if they can gain a bit of height for those first day or two, then they'll learn to fly and they'll be fine. And this was an example of that. So this guy was on the ground. You've seen this photo before. He was rather startled. He was actually on a road. Lucky it wasn't a busy road. Managed to shoot it into a better area, which was a cluster of trees where the adults were. You can see it's looking a bit startled there still, but later on it was doing much better. And you can see there the things to, it can climb up there. And
Yeah, so it's always good round nesting time to check round the hollows to make sure that there's not one. Okay. So, safety. So, how to keep you safe. Always tell someone where you're going, not the exact location, but the general areas. Go with an owl buddy so you can keep each other safe. Load the maps onto your phones. A lot of the places we go to don't have reception and you do end up in the middle of nowhere. Out during the day, water, hat, sunscreen. Take a snake bandage with you. Nick and I have seen 5, and as of last week, 6 dangerous snakes, but they're always going in the opposite direction. Bug repellent is a must. Tick freeze as well. Last year seemed to be a particularly bad season for ticks. You don't want to be picking them off. And wear footwear with good grip because you're going up creeks, and don't do more than you think you can do. So the owl will be there the next day, the next week, and things like that. Don't push yourself if it seems dangerous.
And finally, keeping the owls safe. Well, leave immediately if the owls look upset. You know how to tell if they're looking upset.
This one is upset.
It's upset, but it was okay. No playback or torches. eBird pins are terrible. So if you're using eBird to record your bird lists and stuff like that, eBird pins are terrible for owls, as are sharing on social media. We monitor the social media and eBird daily, and we've seen the effects on stressing the owls because tons of people show up and start looking at them and bothering. And one location, I think it was October last year, the location got shared online. The next morning there were 4 groups of photographers stamping around trying to find this owlet. This has a significant effect on breeding success. We've noticed that the sites that become well known, they don't breed at all or breed a lot less. So it's absolutely critical not to share locations either via eBird or on social media.
And then finally, you won't find owls every time. In fact, there was a pair that we know really well. We haven't found them for days now. But at least you'll have a good walk in the bush with a friend sometimes. So yes, so you get your. And here's a lovely one of Trillian. Again, she's looking at some ducks underneath, and she's quite alert during the day. She's watching those ducks. They're swimming past her, and then she'll get just a little bit tired of watching those ducks. Interest. And then she'll do the So hopefully we haven't put you all to sleep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we've gone on a bit there, so probably we don't have time for questions, but maybe in the break people can ask us questions then if they have any.
Are we live? Yes. Okay, so I know that I am the only thing standing between you and lunch, and that's a dangerous thing. But what I really want to do today is just to give you a sense of all the great work that's happening at one of the projects that we support called Open Ecoacoustics. And they have a variety of tools that you can use for ecoacoustic analysis. And before I get started, though, I just want to highlight I am from the ARDC, so Australian Research Data Commons. We have staff at universities right across the country. There's 115 staff. And our purpose is to provide Australian researchers with competitive advantage through data. That's it. Thank you. So essentially, we talk a lot about how to manage your data, how to do analytics. We support a lot of projects like Open Ecoacoustics, and we do provide that digital infrastructure. And we're part of a group of organizations or projects that are supported by NCRIS. So that's run through the Department of Education. So you've probably heard of TURN. They're based here at UQ. The Atlas of Living Australia, which is at the CSIRO, are also an NCRIS facility. So all of these facilities, our job, the reason we wake up in the morning is to make researchers' lives easier. And your job today is also to make researchers' lives easier if you choose to engage in this open ecoacoustics work. And I want to highlight that there's a couple other projects that I think would be relevant to this audience that ARDC supports. So it includes EcoCommons, where you can do species distribution modeling and other environmental analytics. There's Biosecurity Commons, where you can do biosecurity risk analytics. For ecologists, you can also run a spatially explicit population model really easily, and that's cool. WildObs is another project. You might know Matthew, who's based here at UQ, but that's camera traps. So camera traps really support, they really complement acoustic work, right? They'll be launching their product in June or so. And then finally, the thing I want to highlight is Nectar. So that's our cloud infrastructure. So that's compute and storage, right? So if you have a university account, you can simply log on to Nectar with your university account and spin up a virtual desktop. So if you have a job that's going to take a couple of days to run on your laptop, but you want to be able to shut your laptop down, you can spin up a virtual laptop and do it really simply on Nectar. Or you can ask for bigger allocations of CPUs and GPUs and all that kind of stuff. So physical infrastructure that drives research, if you don't have access to that kind of thing, you can get it at Nectar. But the main thing that I want us to do today, so please get out your phones again and scan the QR code and try and log in to this microsite called the Powerful Owl Call Detective. And the reason we want to do this, we want to test drive this today because we've never tested it with this many people before. So we want to see if it works for this kind of load. So does it work for a big group of people all at once? And we want to understand also just if it works for all of you. So a couple of days ago, we were running into some bugs where Android with this browser wasn't working, so if it's not working for you, I would really like to hear from you at lunch what you were using so I can pass that information on to the team.
And hit verify calls, yes?
Yep, so hit verify calls once you're logged in, but once you, if you do log in and you create a username and password, you won't be able to log in until you verify that password in the email that you gave when you signed up. So it takes a few minutes, and that's why I'm introducing this to you now. So you'll say create login, and you'll create a username and password, and you'll enter your email address. But then you won't be able to use the microsite until you go back into your email and confirm you are who you say you are, and then you'll get back into the site. So hopefully we'll have a test of how many people can log into this site and if it works on everybody's devices. That's the goal of the team. They're really curious to know if these things work at scale. And if they don't, we need to let them know.
This is different to the link you sent out in the email, isn't it?
What's that?
This is different to the ecosounds, the platform that you sent out in the email.
Okay, yeah, ecosounds, but it's the same login. So if you logged in, it'll be the same login to get into this microsite. So you should be able to enter your same username and password. Yes, question.
How can I get into this one from ecosounds?
So if you can either, if you Google powerful owl call detective, so that's the URL. So if you Google that, it should pop up. So powerful owl call detective.
Okay, so if we check out this powerful owl call detective site, we scroll down, you get a sense of the Powerful Owl project, what we're doing in terms of trying to find powerful owls hidden in sound recordings. You can also listen to the different calls. So that's a male powerful owl. You can listen to the female. A little bit higher. You can listen to the chick again if you want to hear that. And you can listen to the bubuk, which is the call you'll hear most nights that you go out in most places. They're pretty vocal. And the team behind the Powerful Owl project, so the leaders, Andrew and Holly. And this is an indication of the progress so far. So thank you to everyone who's done verification work already. We've had 9,500 audio clips reviewed so far. And what we would love to have happen is for this to hit 100%. And so we're almost halfway. And the way you do that, the way you help us, is you log in. So if you log in here, and if you don't already have a login, you can register for an account. And that just takes you to a registration page. You can enter anything for your username and email address, your password, and register. Then you have to look in your inbox or your junk folder in the account that you registered under, the email address that you put here, to check for a confirmation email. And you need to confirm before you'll have the ability to log in. So once you've set that up and hit register, you should be able to return to the Powerful Owl Call Detective site and just log in. And so enter your username and password, hit login, and your username should pop up here. If I hit verify calls, you'll be shown another site with, this is a spectrogram. It's been stretched in the low frequencies because this is where Powerful Owl calls show up for the most part. And again, you can scroll down and listen to a Powerful Owl call at any time. If you want to, just compare a known call with what you're listening to, and you can listen to the chick again. So you can sort of keep those in the top of your mind, and then you just hit play. And you listen, and I didn't hear any powerful owls in that, so I would hit no. And no again. And no again. It might take us a while to get to a powerful owl. No again. Yeah, so that sounded like a powerful owl chick to me. If you're not sure, you can hit unsure, or you can hit skip, but I would say yes. And then you go to the next one. And that didn't sound like one. Anyway, you get the idea. You can go through quite a, oh, nice. We've got a nice powerful owl that's shown up here. So visually, that looks like a powerful owl to me. We'll just confirm it by listening to it. So yeah, that's a powerful owl, an adult. So that's all we're asking you to do. Come into this site on a lunch break or during a tea break or whatever, and, you know, crank out a few of these. And together, I think we can hit that 20,000 calls mark fairly quickly. So if you want to take the next step with Open Ecoacoustics, you can visit the ecosounds platform. And so that you've also logged into that. When you log into this call detective site, you've also logged into the ecosounds site. And here there's been over sensors deployed at over 5,500 sites. There's almost 300 projects on ecosounds with over 0.5 petabyte of data, millions of annotations. So there's lots of things to explore in this site if you want to explore the data. What we're going to look at is projects. So these are projects that are open to the public. Not most of the projects actually on ecosounds are not open to the public, but these are, including the Powerful Owl project for Southeast Queensland. And if you click into that, you can see sort of a description. You can edit that description if you want to. So you could edit the project and change the description or change a bit about the site. You could also edit the permissions. So if I clicked change this from reader access to no access, then the public would not be able to see this. The only people that would be able to see it are users, which I have given read access, or maybe I've given them read and write access. And you specify who that is by other people who have an account on the project. So you can restrict it to just a few users. You can just restrict it to yourself if you want to, or you can make it open to the public, which is what we've done on the Powerful Owl project. You can also view where these sensors have been deployed. So there's 115 sensors that have been deployed. We tried to provide a fairly systematic approach to multiple sensor deployments in the Conondales. But you can see, you could zoom into a spot and go, okay, well, here's a location where a sensor was deployed. That is actually not where the sensor was deployed. It was deployed about 200 meters from there. So the locations that the public sees are by default in your public project skewed by 200 meters in a random direction. So that's just in case you get onto something in your recordings that's a sensitive species or something. You don't want the exact location there. If you wanted your project to be public, but you wanted to have those locations skewed by 500 meters, then you could just contact the team and let them know that you wanted it done that way. And then you have the option to do all these other things. So the next thing I want to show you is if I go to search annotations and say, you know, I've been working on the Powerful Owl verification site, but I'm really curious about these marbled frogmouths. I want to know how many of them are in your data. If I click marbled frogmouth and I hit score descending, so that means the scores, the top scores, so the most likely calls that the AI thinks are marbled frogmouths have been pumped to the top of the list. And if I listen to one of those, sure enough, that's a marbled frogmouth. And then if I hit verify this list, you get taken to a verification page. Now this verification page, I've set this to 5, but you could set it back to 1, or actually it's set at 12, but I could roll it back to a smaller number if I want to change the view. But the point is it's the same idea as the verification site here. The spectrograms just aren't as pretty. So if I listen to this call from the top, just give it a second. Let's try the next one. Okay, let's reload this page. Okay, so again, this is a verification site. We've just changed the number of tiles that we can see. So you can change that with this button here. But it looks similar, just not as pretty as the false color spectrograms that are used in the verification site. But you can listen to the call. And sure enough, that's a marbled frogmouth. So they have 3 different calls. That's one of them. And actually all 3 of these I've verified before that they are all marbled frogmouth. So if I hit the shift key and I just select them all, I can hit true. So very similar to the microsite, but you can go in and explore other species. For example, I could type in noisy pitta, again, score descending. I could hit verify this list. But if I listen to that top noisy pitta call, sure enough, that's a noisy pitta. So the species we would love some help with from you, the priority ones, marbled frogmouth, definitely make the list. Barn owl would be good. Mast owl would be wonderful. Sooty owl would be wonderful. And all 3 of those species make a screech call that is very similar to one another. So it really takes a good ear to be able to pick the differences between those. But if you can tell the difference between those 3 species, their screech calls, the bomb drop call by sooty owl is pretty obvious, but the screech calls that they make can be confused with the other 2 sometimes. Anyway, if you are that good with identifying owls by sound, please come in here and help us out with sooty owl and mast owl in particular. So the other things I wanted to show you is there's lots of other options within the Powerful Owl project. So you can view all the audio recordings for a project and download them. You can do all kinds of things. You could import annotations. So if you have a bunch of sound that you've uploaded to Ecosounds, but you've already done some annotation work, so you've already had an AI create some annotations for you, you can upload those in a batch. You can create new sites. So if you wanted to create a new site for the Powerful Owl project here, I would need to give you permission to do that. But then you could add a new site in its location. We're going to say we don't have more than one site, so you just need a site name, a description, a latitude, and a longitude, and you could enter it in. You can also upload audio. So if you have some audio that you want to upload, again, you would need to get permission from the project owner, whoever that is, to upload your data. In this case, it's me or Callan. And you could upload those data from home. That isn't a super fast process, but I was able to get 5 terabytes of data up on the Powerful Owl project from home. So it is possible, but it does take time. And if you want it to happen faster than that, then you can contact us and we can try and facilitate a way to make that happen more quickly. You can also, so search annotations, we've already shown you. You can download, again, you can download recordings and you can download all the annotations. So, and there would be a lot associated with this project by now. And then if I clicked into a site like Bunyaville Conservation Park, you can see where the 2 sensors were deployed and you get that same map, but it's just, you know, this mapping, this menu is just for the things within this site. So if I download recordings, it's just going to be these 2 sites in Bunyaville Conservation Park. If I do any of these other things, it's just going to be for these 2 sites. So that's just a handy way to narrow your search if you want to do that spatially. And then I want to show you real quickly another cool tool. So if I go here and I go to the annotation map, and if I do it, I could do it for the whole Powerful Owl project, which is what I've done. So if I go to annotation map, this is the annotation map, and this is, I've entered the filter for Powerful Owl. So I've said any annotations where there's Powerful Owls, show me those locations on the map. And if I click onto one of these, I'll get a closer view of, you know, there's lots of annotations, you know, something the AI thinks is a Powerful Owl at this site for sure. And if I zoom back out, it'll show me the full view. If I edit the filter again and I say, oh, I just want to see the sites that the AI was 0.5, 50% likely, right? So it gave it a score of 0.5 or higher that it is a Powerful Owl call. I get far fewer sites. If I do that again and I change it to 0.8, so it's 80% sure that these calls are Powerful Owl calls, I get it again at much fewer sites. But it's just a way to explore the kinds of data that you're getting. If I do that again for marbled frogmouth, I get this one site where, well, that's kind of interesting. I expect them here and I expect them here because I know they're in both those locations. But here, that's a bit of a surprise. So if I click on that, I get this ability to view the annotation. If I click on that, I get taken to that annotation. And if I listen to it, that is a very faint and very hoarse boobook owl. So Australian boobook. It is not a marbled frogmouth. So that site is actually not a marbled frogmouth call. So anyway, it's just a way to explore the data that you have. Another one of the cool things that you can do in here is if I go to the Powerful Owl project and I click on this view timeline, I get this nice visualization of what nights these things were recorded. So we recorded only at night and often only at the 2 hours or 4 hours around dawn and dusk. So it's not a continuous recording over this period, which meant we could leave them out for, 6 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks. And you can see we tried to deploy in, so late March, this is the peak of calling. This is starting to get the peak of calling when the breeding season is kicking off. But we also deployed some things in November and December. Anyway, it's just a nice visualization of the time periods that you've deployed sensors around the place. And there's one more site I want to alert you to. So if you just go to calldetective.org, you will also find other verification sites. So if you want to help verify Australasian bittern, you can do that now. We should have 40 spotted pardalote coming soon and another species. I can't remember what they've selected, but Museums Victoria has selected a site or a species, I think. Anyway, there'll be more of these coming, so keep an eye out for that. And it would be just like going to a site like the Who's Calling verification site. So there'll be more and more of these coming. And the more of these that we do, the quicker we'll be able to get really good annotation data to build these recognizers and make them more accurate. If you have any questions, if you run into any issues while you're using the site again, just go to this Contact Us page on Ecosounds, and Phil and Anthony, who are the gurus who do all the amazing work behind the scenes on these projects, they'll get in touch with you and help you answer your questions. So now we'll go back to the slideshow.
That's how you would break in and how you would help us build the set of training data that we use for the AI to identify these things. And the reason we're strapping a recorder to a tree, right, is because there's a lot of wildlife out there that are hard to see. You can spend a lot of time out there and you will never see them. So this is true of really cryptic species, rainforest species. You almost never see them, but you always hear them. Species in wetlands. So a lot of times you can't see the species, but you will be able to pick up its recording. But the other thing that they're finding is because you place a recorder out somewhere for 24 hours for months at a time. If I was an ecologist, I would go out there and I'd be there for maybe 20 minutes. I might go out there 10 times. That is a lot less time than the recorder is out there. And so what they're finding is you place a recorder, it takes 15 minutes to set it up, you come back 2 months later and you've got a bigger species list than you would if you had sent ecologists out there 5 to 10 times, right? So really powerful tool to give us data in places we are not getting data currently. So it's a powerful tool. And essentially, you know, you've got these sound waves that are going through the air, it hits a diaphragm and a microphone, that creates some waves in the electronic signal. Those waves get processed, sampled into something called a spectrogram. So a spectrogram is sort of the bee's knees for AI processing. So essentially a spectrogram, if we look here on this graph, that y-axis is frequency in kilohertz. So up here I'm talking really high, and down here I'm talking really low, right? And that's where the powerful owl lives. These are powerful owl calls. That's what they look like. And they're brighter if the powerful owl is louder on the recording. So these spectrograms are being produced by the truckload. So I've created thousands of hours of 5 terabytes of data we had from those 115 recorders. Each hour of data is cut up into 3-second segments or 5-second segments for some of, so you've got millions of these spectrograms, and that's what the AI looks at. So the AI is looking at the spectrograms for other spectrograms that are like the training data. So we couldn't do this without the help of computers, is the point. And AI is intelligent. So there's 2 models that drive this, right? So there's 2 foundation models. One is out of the University of Cornell called BirdNet. One is built by Google, it's called Perch. So a foundation AI model is like, everybody's familiar with large language models. That's a foundation model that's been trained on language tokens, right? That's what we're all hearing about right now. These AI foundation models are trained on these spectrograms and bird calls. And so essentially, these AI models are able to look at a spectrogram and identify what's there. But in North America and in Europe, they do this really well because there's a lot more training data. Here in Australia, the reason we need your help to verify these calls is because we don't have the training data, so these models don't perform nearly as well in Australia yet as they do in other places. So ecosounds, you can do a lot of other things in ecosounds. You can create a project, you can upload some audio data, you can do some cool analyses to build a recognizer for your chosen species. You can do the verification, you can export data. So all kinds of stuff. And just a little of your help goes a long way. A handful of researchers, 4 or 5 researchers, aren't going to get this job done. There's 800 species. All the birds make a lot of different vocalizations, the frogs, all kinds of things. So getting people to help us do these verifications makes all of this work a lot better. And there's a treasure trove of data sitting on QUT servers. So there is over a petabyte of data collected at hundreds of sites around the country. 90 of these sites have been running 24/7 for 5 years at really pristine, ecologically pristine sites. So you could compare your recordings to a reference site that's in really good ecological condition and just do a comparison between your site and a really good site. So lots of data that you can play with if you're a researcher on both the Acoustic Observatory, which is A2O, and ecosounds. And again, we want to start with Powerful Owl and get more people to learn how to build their own recognizer and to validate that data. But then we want to extend it to another species and share those recognizers with other researchers. And pretty soon we start to get that training data and we start to work as well in Australia as we do in North America, for example. So this is just there's a QR code. If you're new to all this and you want some different information, the QR code will take you there. But also Open Ecoacoustics has resources. So if you want to take a deep dive into some of this information, just visit Open Ecoacoustics and go to their resource page, and you can learn how to build a recognizer. You can learn a much better explanation for how sound gets transferred into a spectrogram. So all kinds of information is available if you want to check it out. And I'm sorry I've kept you from lunch. That's almost unforgivable. If you click on this QR code, you're going to learn about all the other great things that ARDC is trying to do for researchers. So if you're a researcher, we do all kinds of stuff for you. Check it out. And now we got to eat lunch. And remember, look for like species. And we were going to break you up into groups by where you are on the map, but you're all clustered in one area. So maybe just look for like species and ask, what's their name? Where are they from? And why are they here today? And enjoy lunch. We'll be back in 45 minutes.
Hello, I'm Kev. I've always been a keen nature observer, and my perspective is as a citizen scientist. With my wife Evelyn, I joined the Queensland Powerful Owl project at its inaugural meeting in 2018. However, our first sightings of a powerful owl was in the 1990s at our then home at Hillcrest in Logan City. It had swooped on a small animal, perhaps a rat or a ringtail, at the edge of the light shed by our house. We knew it wasn't one of our usual nocturnal visitors, so off to our only references in those days, Slater's Field Guide to Australian Birds and Kaylee's What Bird Is That? Woohoo! A powerful owl. Another sighting in 2008, this time in the headlights as we entered our current address. Then the real thrill. In 2016, at 9 a.m. in the morning, there was a powerful owl in our front yard being harassed by noisy miners, magpies and butcherbirds, all encouraged by a couple of kookaburras. We watched for about 5 minutes before it took off, to a more protected roost, I suspect. We would hear it from time to time after that, before we joined the project when our journey really began. The area around us is a mixture of public land, rural residential, and rapid urbanisation under a number of priority development and economic development areas. It retains some small pockets of remnant forest, but has been heavily logged over the last century and a half. Part of it lies within the Flinders-Corrawatha corridor and was a World War II artillery training range. The shrapnel left from that made it unsuitable for further timber harvesting. That area is now the White Rock Spring Mountain Conservation Estate. We also have an expansive, mainly undeveloped defence facility that contains the last example of largely undisturbed dry sclerophyll forest in southeast Queensland. Both offer refuge to many species. However, there has been some disturbing narrowing of these areas as development encroaches. Despite this, the bush retains a wide range of habitats that are home to a diverse range of fauna and flora. With all this around us, we wondered where to start with the project, so we looked at our community contacts first. We were already volunteers for the Logan Library's home delivery services and other projects, so we asked some of the long-term residents about the owls. We were members of Land for Wildlife and the local bush care group. I was mentoring some beekeepers who were interested in the local flora. We also had our neighbours who are members of Land for Wildlife and friends interested in nature, so we put feelers out and off we went. We combed our local area by day and spotlighted by night without success as we worked our way to a reserve looked after by our local bush care group. We checked large trees for hollows, the more heavily vegetated areas for wash, and did all the things we had gleaned from the powerful owl induction, but to no avail. So we called on Rob Clemens for help. Rob found the owls about 30 metres from our last search area, with the nest tree about 20 metres further on, and yes, in a riparian area leading to a large dam. We would learn how important these areas are for the powerful owl and why they must be protected from and during development. This started us on a bit of a mentoring role with the fellow project members. As starting from scratch as we were, the records showed the members were averaging about 20 field trips before finding evidence of an owl, so we were able to give them a hand there. Comfortable with the local pair, we expanded our searches, including a lot of spotlighting, without much success, and investigated numerous sightings from social media that turned out to be boorbooks or tawny frogmouths. But they expanded our contact with the local community, lifting the profile of the project. Then we were contacted by a Land for Wildlife member some distance away, reporting a pair roosted on their property. As the area was all private acreage, it took us some time to track down the nest tree and confirm our second pair, but we made some great contacts. Time would show that this pair moved to their summer roost along a riparian corridor, the same as the first pair. During this time, we met Annette Henderson at a project induction meeting at the local library. Annette, who had recorded powerful owls on her property for over 40 years, is the author of a couple of published books and a number of articles with photos in Wildlife Australia magazine, dating back to the 1980s. These articles included, among other things, a feature on the powerful owl, so she brought a lot of experience with her. Annette's property, called the Owl's Rest, is around 1 kilometre from a nest tree, so we started putting some of our sightings together with hers, and we were able to follow the pair from the nest area along a well-vegetated corridor to her place where they roosted and raised their young over summer. Between us, we have some good records of this pair first being sighted in their summer roost area within a few days of the new moon, and our records from other areas also showed the owls first being seen or heard close to the new moon. Interestingly, our first audio recording of an owl was on the 12th of October 2018, 3 days after the moon that year. I feel this new moon theory would be an ideal topic for further study with the ecoacoustics. Over the last 6 months or so, we've been trying some thermal imaging with some success, and we'll have a look at that later as we go along. Logan City Council, through their environmental services, have been very supportive of us and the project in general. Their Land for Wildlife team have generously given us their time and advice. The Parks branch, through their bush care program, recorded the local nest tree as a tree of significance, aging it at over 200 years old. Through their Land for Wildlife program, they have also classified a very large tallow wood tree we came across on one of our excursions as a tree of significance. This tree is 31 metres tall with a diameter at breast height of 1.89 metres. The experts recorded its age as 320 years, the second oldest tree found in Logan at that stage. They could not give us an exact age due to the condition of the tree, but an article in a 2017 Land for Wildlife magazine contained a chart showing a tallow wood from a higher rainfall area than ours, but with a DBH of 99 centimetres, was 588 years old. So with a DBH of 1.89 metres, one wonders how old this tree really is. I just know that standing beside it makes me feel very humble. We have been open and honest in our dealings with the community and have become somewhat of a community reference point for wildlife inquiries. We answer what questions we can without revealing the whereabouts of the owls or other nocturnal species, and have advised wildlife carers and rescuers on spotting, on land clearing for development, and they in turn advise us on the owls. The Owlful Project has put us in touch with a stalwart community who give their time in many ways, large and small, to observing and recording the owls and other nocturnal creatures. The benefits we receive, contributing to the knowledge about and the protection of the owls, bushwalking with friends and family, the open air, the excitement we see, hear, or just find evidence of the owls, all makes it very satisfying. The pleasure of every walk, whether successful or not, every community contact, every question asked, every question answered has been truly appreciated. It has been a pleasure to have been able to bring some knowledge of the powerful owls and their need for protection to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kev, for that talk and for the work over like 7 years. Yeah, he's a real inspiration to a lot of the folks on the Powerful Owl Project, and has been for a long time. Now we're going to turn it over to Andrew again, who's going to tell you a little bit about how to get involved with the Powerful Owl Project. Yes, thank you. Go over to Andrew.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, brilliant, Kev, and thanks, Nick. Thanks, Lucy. All right, I did mention earlier in the presentation about how you can get involved with the Powerful Owl Project. There's a few ways you can do it too. If you find that you're not that keen on getting out amongst the ticks and the snakes, or you don't have a buddy that's keen to get out amongst the ticks and the snakes, Rob flagged with the eco-common stuff. Like you could spend time giving up a lot of help by going through and helping Rob verify that, the stuff that he wants verified. It would be great if you did do that as a volunteer as part of the project, but it doesn't take long to get your ear in to be confident in saying, yeah, that is a powerful owl, or that is a booble, or that is a noisy pitter, or a giant barred frog. And once you do get confident, then you're suitably qualified to be a vetter on that. So, but basically, like I said before, there's a lot of joy out of being a volunteer. We don't ask a volunteer to do anything that a volunteer doesn't want to do. And I guess the important thing is we want you to enjoy what you're doing and to have fun, so that you get as much out of it as what Kevy and Evelyn have and Nick and Lucy have. Because you just keep at it. It can be frustrating. You might go out night after or afternoon and not see anything, and then eventually you do. And it's like, oh, glad I did all that. So perseverance. I do my best to. I live on the Gold Coast, so I can, go and show tips and tricks to people down there. But Nick and Lucy are just and Kevy brilliant at making themselves available to mentor new people that come on. And look, they know more about it than what I do. So you're better off having them mentoring you than me. And I swear too much anyway. But yeah, so if you put BirdLife Australia Powerful Owl Project in your favourite search engine, it'll come through. It'll give you information about the project, information on how to volunteer. I mentioned we have an online training module now. We used to do workshops for training, but it's just a lot more efficient and probably a lot more comprehensive if you do the online training module, because I often forget to say stuff. Has anyone done the online training module recently? Brilliant. How did you find it? Yeah, thumbs up. Any suggestions on things that could be done to improve it? No? Well, that's great. That's really good. So that shows that's working. And I'll just put the QR code up one more time when I can. Yep, here we go. So if you do want to click that with your phone. Will I do the start slideshow? Is that okay? Is that working on your phone? Yeah, if you want to click that, do it, register it. If you've got any questions, that's the email address that you can get in touch with me, and I'll get back to you. Exciting. Yeah, and look, if you don't want to become a project volunteer, but because you've become such an expert on what a powerful owl sounds like after all the practice that you've done today, and you are out and about and you hear or you see a powerful owl, please give us an email with, say, oh, hi, Andrew, I was walking at the park at Everton Park at 3 o'clock the other afternoon and I saw a powerful owl up in that tree. And then I'll generally bounce back to you and say, oh, okay, what date was it? Blah, blah, blah. And then we can put that into bird data. Or you can register and put your own sightings into the bird data app. As Nick said, shared data is great data. So, we want to know where powerful owls are so that we can learn more about them and we can protect them. Does anybody have any other questions about the project while I'm here or volunteer?
On eBird obscure anyway, so I know they obscure on certain things.
We can, with a bit of influence, them to obscure or the location when someone flags that it's a nest tree or a nest site. But yeah, and I kind of look, they have their opinion on why it should be made. It's a public platform and it's public data, so they believe the public should be able to see it. But the other thing, I guess, too, is the powerful owl. Under the various legislation, so Commonwealth, state legislation, it's regarded as vulnerable. It's not endangered or critically endangered. And I think eBird may sensitize some of the species that have that higher classification. And look, it's great news that the powerful owl isn't endangered or critically endangered. Things it eats are, but it's not. Yeah. But I often have a robust discussion with the people from Wildlife Queensland are running the Greater Glider program, because we're trying to save a critically endangered species, and we're trying to promote maintaining something that eats that critically endangered species. But, you know, like I said, it's a jungle out there, and may the most charismatic animal win. No, greater gliders are my favourite animal, second favourite animal apart from butterflies. Any other? Yeah. Yeah, so the question was that if, because you don't have a confirmed place to go, and you want to go to somewhere on spec, and using the knowledge that you've gained today to see whether there are powerful owls there, and you've been going every third day for a month and you don't see one, what was the next part of the question? What do you do? Yeah.
You can help.
Yeah. If you're a volunteer for the Powerful Owl Project, I will happily share sighting information with you and suggestions on where you can go. Really reluctant to share a lot of the nest site unless it's an area that's specifically allocated to you to survey. But generally, when you become a project volunteer, we'll look at it where you live and look for places around where you live that I can say, okay, so those 4 parks over there and that patch of bush, you know, down the end of your street would be good places to start. And I'll go and I'll look at our historic data and some of the bird data and say, okay, well, there have been owls recorded there recently or not for 4 years, but because, you know, recently, it'll be great if you go and you can hear pair interacting with each other. And then the next step would be to try and find, if they have a nest tree, where that nest tree is. And then we can monitor that nest tree year after year after year then, once we know where that is. But yeah, if you go to a place and you go, yeah, I've been there, haven't seen any, probably because they're not there. They're not yet everywhere in the urban environment, but we are seeing more or getting more records of powerful owls both in Sydney and in southeast Queensland. And that could be because of 3 things. 1, there are more of them. 2, there's more of us looking for them, so we've got a better chance of seeing them, or both. You know, there's more of them and there's more of us looking for them. But yeah, don't be discouraged. Like Nick and Lucy said, at least you've had a nice walk in the bush, you know, and not sitting there looking at you.
And one of the things that helped other people that are looking for part of it is a tip from last time when we first started. You know, we finished 30 metres before the tree. Rob was smart. He'd looked at where we were going before it came out on Google Earth, and you could see the figures of the large, possibly high bearing trees in the area that you're looking. So if you're looking in, you know, that 10 square, 80 kilometres or whatever, hectares, go into Google Earth and see if you can see these trees up. You've got to look for that riparian environment, like very environment as well. That's you know, we've narrowed down on that.
Like all the data we've got, nearly all of our sightings are within 100 metres of creek line, except if they're in someone's backyard on the clothesline. And most of the nest trees are within 50 metres of a creek line. So you wouldn't bother spending time looking if you're not near a creek. And, great tip from Kev about Google Earth. But if you want to get better resolution images, go to Queensland Globe. That has a lot better. The images on Queensland Globe are a lot better, and but you can still see them on Google Earth. Queensland Globe's a pretty good resource. And if you muck around with Queensland Globe, you can also put the creek lines on, overlay the creek lines on the back of the images. And my time's up. So thank you very much. Thanks for your interest. And also, I should also acknowledge before I go the great support that the Logan City Council has given this project. Thank you.
Wave your arms. So Callan is an absolute gun in ecoacoustics, in birding. He is about to submit his final PhD at an oral a couple of weeks ago. And so about to be Dr. Callan Alexander. Maybe one. But yeah, he's absolute gun, so we're lucky to have him.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for having me. Very lucky to be at QT, which is like, there's a lot of cool acoustic stuff, and then also work at BirdLife. So I sort of sit at the intersection between a bunch of genius computer scientists and a bunch of genius bird people. And I just try and absorb knowledge from both sides, which is great. So I've been given permission today to do a little bit of a deep dive into some of the technology behind all of this. I'll try keep it brief and simply explain, and not put you all to sleep, and I'll do my best. Also just acknowledging the traditional owners of where my research was conducted, Turrbal and the Yuggera people. So we've heard a lot about acoustic.
Each one of you will have gotten a sheet of paper when you came in.
All good. Thank you so much. I hope we remember to share this out. We'll find out. So we've heard a lot about acoustic monitoring today. I spent about 1.5 years chasing powerful owls around with passive acoustic monitors for my master's. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those results today, and also like how we can get a bit more information out of our acoustic monitoring results besides just, is the bird there, yes or no? There's other things that we can do and other questions that we can answer with that data. And I think one of the best bits about acoustic monitoring data is that it is verifiable. So it's like having a photograph of the bird. If I go and I say, oh, I saw this rare bird at Kedron Brook, and I don't have a photo, people might not believe me. But with acoustic monitoring data, it's a permanent record of the environment. We can go back to it and we can prove that the things that we say are there are there. So it's great for invasive species, threatened species, gets rid of some seasonal and spatial biases. And the technology in this field in the last few years it's actually mind-boggling how fast it is moving, similar with like ChatGPT and the large language models. The machine learning space has gone insane for acoustic monitoring data in the last few years. And all sorts of people are using it, but there are some concerns about how reliable this data might be, particularly if we don't have humans looking at it at the other end, right? So what we really need is we need to test and adapt to local conditions so we know that the data that is coming out of these models is reliable. There you go. And we've heard a little bit about these today, but the world of automated birdsong monitoring revolves around something called a supervised model. And basically what that means is you put sound in and it spits out a score. And the score is not a probability, it's just how confident is the model in whether or not the bird is there. And a supervised model just means we're training a model to do a particular task. We call it AI. It is AI, but it's machine learning. It's basically just a whole bunch of math. And as has been discussed earlier today, the two sort of big players in this space are BirdNet and Google Perch. And they are supervised models that have been trained on thousands and thousands and thousands of bird calls. And because of that, they are really, really good at providing us with the bits and pieces that help to distinguish one bird call from another. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And this is not crucial to understand, but when we are dealing with this sort of data, we have to set something called a threshold. And I said before that a bunch of scores get spat out of these models, And the threshold is basically just the point at which we can't see my mouth, that's okay. The threshold is just the point at which we set it to say, okay, give me everything above this point. I only want to see things where you're pretty confident that it's actually the bird. And when we set these thresholds, we're trying to get a lot of actual powerful owls and not too many false positives. We don't want barking dogs. We don't want things that go bump in the night. When we want powerful owls to come out of our model. But when we're building these models, there's often a trade-off. So here I might set my model to a threshold of 0.8, which means I only want to see what the model is very confident in. But there might be a whole bunch of actual powerful owls hiding somewhere else underneath that threshold. But if I want to find them, I have to go sift through a whole bunch of false positives, which is the blue is the true, red is false. So it's when we're building and creating these models, there's usually a trade-off between the actual bird and dogs barking. And we don't want to have to sift through too much nonsense. And the cool thing about these super large language models like BirdNet and Perch is they give us something called an embedding. And what that is, again, not crucial to understand, but it's basically a secret code that researchers can use to sort of help answer other questions about birds. We cannot interpret these embeddings. The embeddings is basically the supervised model turns the sound into. So it takes the sound and it turns it into this random code of numbers. And I have no idea what that code means, but the machine, this is what the machine uses to tell, is this a powerful owl or is this a boo-book? And we can use these numbers for all sorts of fun things in bioacoustics tasks because they are way, way better at telling the differences between bird noises than humans are, which is pretty fun from an acoustics research perspective. And if we want to avoid having to miss out on false positives, we can play with something called unsupervised learning, which is, I'm going to talk about it a little bit today. I won't get into the nitty-gritty, but basically all that you have to understand going forward from this point is when I show a plot like this that has a whole bunch of little dots, each dot is a piece of sound, usually 3 seconds. And the closer one dot is to another dot, the more similar those sounds are to one another. So we can take those embeddings from the really fancy birdsong models, we can feed them into an unsupervised algorithm. And unsupervised just means that we're not training a model to do a particular task. Like with the powerful owl detectors, we give it a whole bunch of powerful owl data and we say, okay, please recognize powerful owls. And that's all that the supervised model is designed to do. An unsupervised model is basically, we throw it all of our data and it finds things by itself by grouping them by how similar they are. So in these plots that I'm going to be showing, a dot is a piece of sound, and the closer a dot is to another dot, the more similar those sounds are to one another. That's all that you really, if it's close, it's similar. And so we've built this little tool that helps us to sort of, it's like a fun computer game where we can click on a dot and it will play the associated sound. So we can go and explore these soundscapes, or we can explore our detections using an unsupervised approach. And if that makes absolutely no sense, that's fine. I'll try and show you what I mean. So this here is 10 days of sound, well, 10 nights of sound at a powerful owl roost. That's about 165,000 little pieces of sound just from 10 days. So it's quite a lot. And this is a tiny data set in the acoustic monitoring world. And if we go in and we start playing with, let's see if it works. So the brown is a whole bunch of like wind noise, basically, or crickets or insects, or at least that main clump is. But if we start playing with some of the other clumps that are sticking out, if you listen to the purple clump, it splits out all of the chick noises into one big purple clump, which is really nice. And it's quite fun to look at the anomalies, the ones that are by themselves. There's a fantail cuckoo. and there was a koala. Those noises are actually powerful feeding or mating noises. They do this crazy squealy stuff, the adults, like when they're feeding them. That's just some noise. And the adult noises have actually broken out into this little tiny little green cluster on the left here. So it's grouping the sounds by similarity, and we can use that to help us find things that we're interested in. So that's actually a powerful bleating noise or a purring noise. They sort of do this sort of bleating, purring hybrid call. I'll stop this now so let's see. But basically, it's quite cool because we can see we're not relying on a threshold where we're maybe getting, we can sort of, our false positives are moving to sort of their own clusters. The owl noises are moving into their own clusters. And we can see sort of how many times a particular call is being repeated at a particular site without having to rely on a supervised model. This works better for some species than others. The nice thing about chicks is they tend to call, as Nick and Lucy said, over and over and over again. But what we can do is we can pull out those clusters and then use them same way as we would with like a supervised model. We can see how many calls are happening at different times of day. And yeah, the chicks, it's like up to 700 times an hour sometimes. So they're very demanding use. So this gives us the sort of we can break free of the thresholds of a supervised model and look at sort of the whole picture at a site. Now, the problem with that is, as I said, this is only 10 nights of audio. Sometimes in acoustic monitoring data sets, we're dealing with like 60 recorders times 2 years. So doing your entire site like this may not be feasible. But what we can do is we can take a model that we've already trained to identify powerful owls, and we can ask it to give us everything that is maybe a powerful owl, maybe not a powerful owl, and then we can just cluster that audio. So here I've got some things that are maybe powerful owls and maybe not. We've got powerful owl noise. So it's clustering all the powerful owls in sort of the bottom left there. And then I might speed it up a little bit. I think it's boo-books probably up there. Yep. So because boo-books and powerful owls sound kind of similar, you often find the boo-book cluster will be sort of pretty close to where your powerful owl cluster is. And then the rest of it is mostly rubbish. Like I think this is dogs. Yeah. The dogs is like kind of close to where powerful owls are. But then what we can do is we can go through, I'll skip ahead a little bit, but we mark the clusters that we don't want, and we can just delete them. So if I've got a whole cluster of wind noise or something, I will just delete that cluster. And if I might have a cluster that I know is powerful owls, and I'll label it as powerful owl. And what I can do is I can delete everything that I'm not interested in and just be left with powerful owl noises. And the cool thing about that is we can start investigating maybe if they sound different at different sites, or we can start looking at male versus female. So this now is just powerful owl calls grouped by similarity. The only problem with using embeddings for this is it also pays attention to the background noise. So you might find that you have crickets in a whole bunch of it, and it's actually just splitting out the crickets for being different instead of different powerful owl calls. But we can go and have a look at which site, which call came from. And you can see that it's mostly from one site here, but most of the time, the calls from different sites, and I've colored them by location here. Usually the calls from different sites do sound quite similar, and there are some sites where they sound a little bit different. So that makes me start to think, do powerful owls have individual vocal signatures? Can you tell one powerful owl from another powerful owl reliably using acoustic data? Because if we can, then maybe we can start getting an idea of, okay, how much are they moving around? Can we age them from their voice? There are a whole bunch of tricky questions, but the embeddings don't quite get us. And that is where needing annotated data comes in. So those of you who have, we sort of have a very mixed room of people here, but those of you who have worked in acoustics before will know that pretty much the entire realm of acoustics revolves around drawing little square boxes. And that pretty much has to be done mostly by hand. So this is how we collect training data. So if we want to build a supervised model to find powerful owls, I have to go and draw a ton of boxes around powerful owls. And then the more powerful owl boxes we've got, the more training data we have, the better our models are, right? Which is why we've been talking about sort of getting some other people to maybe help us with this. But to answer some questions, we need more than just a sort of a rough box drawn around. We might need a very, very accurate box that goes around each individual note. And even for a simple species like the powerful owl, if you have to do that a couple thousand times, you start feeling the carpal tunnel sort of setting in. And it's not that much fun. So, and some species like the eastern bristlebird, which I work on a lot, they have highly variable notes and not just two. They got like heaps of notes, and you got to go, if you've got to go and draw a manual around every single one of them, it's not a fun time. And yeah, if you've got to do that over and over and over again, it's quite painful. So try to think of a way to sort of automate some of this process. If you want the technical details, please go and have a read of this paper. But it revolves around, and I'll in a minute I'll get to what we might use those individual annotations for. But it's like looking at individual species, individual signatures, or if trying to better understand the difference of male and female powerful owls. Maybe there are lots of reasons why we might want sort of more finely annotated notes. But this process, it revolves around something called threshold segmentation. So again, we take our powerful owl model, we take the outputs and we run it through. Basically, all this is doing is we put some filters on it and it just draws a box around everything. And you can see it's doing a really, really good job of doing my annotation job for me, which is awesome. But it's also annotating a whole bunch of stuff that I really, really don't want. It's probably annotating boo books. It's annotating that noise floor at the bottom. So it's doing some of the work for me, but now I need to try and figure out how to get rid of all of the other stuff that I don't want. And what we're trying to mine for here is something called acoustic features. So when we draw these little more sort of fine boxes around things, there are a whole bunch of measurements that come along with drawing those boxes. We can get like the frequency, we can get the slope, we can get the length of those notes. And those numbers that I was talking about, the embeddings, that is a black box. We have no idea what is going on there. We cannot measure. When it is saying that a sound is different from another sound, we haven't got a clue why. All that's telling us is that the sounds are different or similar. When we have these measurements, we can then go back into the measurements and say, oh, okay, so this site, they're definitely a lower frequency than that site. Or this site has a bigger jump between the small note, the first note and the second note. So what we're trying to harvest here is we're trying to harvest these acoustic features, the actual measurements of the note. And the same way that we can cluster the embeddings, or we can throw them into an unsupervised algorithm, we can do that with these acoustic features too. So we can take all of the measurements from all of the notes that we've now collected at scale. We can throw them into an unsupervised clustering algorithm. And again, the details are not important, but what is important is that those three ones in red are pretty much all correctly annotated individual powerful owl notes, and everything else is nonsense. The dark green is boo book annotation, and the rest is kind of stuff that we don't want. And Unfortunately, I did have to go in and check every single one of these points to see how well this process was working. But we found that the clustering process often, for a lot of species, outperforms the supervised approach. And the bottom line for this is we broke down about 3,000 hours of sound into 10,000 of those correctly individually annotated notes, which is a huge breakdown in effort for me. So that's 10,000 powerful owl calls that I don't have to manually draw a box around. So great. But what do we actually do with those notes? Is it that useful? Is this worth the time? I think so. But basically we can start using them to answer questions. And the question that I'm most interested in is the individual acoustic signature. Not quite there yet, but we can definitely start looking a little bit better at the difference between male and females. For example, if you go back to a lot of the old literature, it will tell you that the best way to tell the difference between a male and female powerful owl call is the jump between the first note and second note. In Queensland, that is not reliable at all. The male and the female both jump. The most reliable tell in Queensland is just frequency. And there is a period where they actually call quite close to one another, where it's quite hard to tell by ear, I think. You kind of have to have a recording, and even then, your recorder will sort of influence your frequency measurement a little bit. So when the males are calling really low, it's really obvious. And when the females are calling really high, it's really obvious. But there is this sort of like in-between bit that's a bit weird where it's quite hard to tell. But frequency is, as far as I can see, is the best distinguisher between male and female powerful owl calls. And once we've done that, we can start breaking down our detections into, is it a male that we're hearing, or is it a female that we're hearing? We can sort of automate the male versus female at a site. And then we can go a little bit further and start looking at, do some sites sound a little bit different? Are there birds that maybe have their own unique vocal signature? And I've only done this on a pretty small scale of sites, but there are definitely some sites where, and again, we've broken through the embeddings where the background noise is having an influence, and we're just relying on the measurements. And there are some sites where they sound different. Is it at an individual level? Is it a site level? I suspect if you took, say, the Queensland birds and the Sydney birds, it would be probably very different. But I haven't quite broken down to, can we split them up individually yet? But I would like to one day. How am I doing on time? Okay. Yeah, so we can also use this for other birds that are more complicated. So this is looking at eastern bristlebirds in captivity versus in the wild. And we can see a huge split in how different their vocalizations are. This is just, each point is a bristlebird song. And we then start getting an idea of how many times different songs are repeated at different sites. And when they're releasing birds from captivity into the wild, we're hoping that eventually, well, in fact, we already can tell from this sort of process if it's a captive bird or a wild bird at least. And in the future, we'd like to know exactly which captive bird we're releasing is calling in the acoustic data, which would be really helpful, because at the moment, you radio track them for about 30 days and then you have no idea if unless you happen to see their band, which is for a bristlebird is very hard. I know I'm not talking about owls, but yeah, there are cool things that potentially could happen with acoustic data in the future as we get better at this sort of thing. But we do have a problem, particularly with supervised models, called domain shift. So it's like I told you before, I think that the Queensland birds and the New South Wales birds probably sound pretty different. But often our data collection just comes from one place or a small subset of places. And so what we really need is ways to collect data and validate data with human ears at scale. I like to say that acoustic data is kind of like a camera trap. You need someone at the other end to be like, yep, this is definitely an owl, if you want that data to be reliable. And domain shift is basically if all your training data is from one place and you apply it to another place, your model's probably not going to work as well. So what we really need is we need collection from sort of across the range of the species. And we need humans to sort of tell us, is there actually an owl on that piece of data or not? And that's where tools like ecosounds, open ecoacoustics, the Power project that's helping us collect all this data becomes really, really valuable. Helps us to start sort of moving these techniques from just sort of like me and my little patch to how can we start answering questions sort of across the range. And tools like ecosounds and sort of the whole open ecoacoustics world are making some of these tools a lot more accessible to researchers like me. So the embeddings generation, for example, very useful for a researcher, but very computationally expensive. And ecosound sort of takes care of that for us. You can just go and download the embeddings they're already generated on the HPCs. But the bottom line is a human ear in the loop is really, really useful still. We cannot just pass all of this over to the machines yet. And more human ears involved means we find more owls and can answer more questions. That's pretty much it for me. Thank you for having me.
Do we have any questions? We've got a little bit of time for questions. On the segmentation, to pull them out, when you're doing supervised learning on networks, there are ways to generate heat maps of where in the image the network is responding to.
All right.
So, for instance, if you were doing elephant, that you could use the network, the minor changes to it, you can change it so that it does a heat map which recognizes, it lights up the ear. It turns out when it's doing elephants, it picks up on the ear. Essentially, you could use that for segmentation here, because if you had a whole bunch of known samples, after you've trained it on 1,000 samples or whatever, you could generate a heat map for each one, and that heat map would tell you where in the frequency spectrum it was actually responding to.
Is that kind of like, I don't know if I can directly repeat the question. The comment was that there are advanced ways to sort of, you can go back and have a heat map. Is it kind of like when you do a camera trap? Like, have you used the camera trap ones where it will identify the animal, but also draw a box around where the animal is? Yeah.
A bit more precise. Sort of says each pixel, it says how likely is this part of the object that I'm interested in, and it gives you a score based on that. So it goes like super red. So if you had the power of the arc, it would go super red on all of the owl arc, and the rest of the image would be below that sort of threshold. So that would give you a way of fairly easily segmenting out the bit that the supervised method was using to and what it was responding to. And once you had that, then you could automatically segment out by setting threshold.
I would like to play with it. Sounds good. Yeah. I'm not sure if I can repeat it verbatim, but Nick is giving me cool machine learning hacks.
Sorry.
No, it's good. I've looked at it, but I haven't been able to get it to sort of play nicely. But I've been doing it more like the camera trap, where it's like it's called like multiplication or something. I haven't tried anything fancier than that.
YOLO is cool.
That's what I mean, like exactly how YOLO does it, where they have the. Yeah, we'll talk later.
When you do this, you're not analysis and coming up with the colorful graph.
Yep.
Ones with the sound. Then you're drawing a box around that. That looks like image recognition. So is this actual image recognition technology with competitive audio recognition?
It's the supervised models, all of them, there are like a bunch of different approaches, but pretty much all of the supervised models are grounded in image recognition. Yeah, it's the same thing, that you take the audio, turn it into a picture, then the picture gets broken down into the embedding, and then it's trained on the embedding. But yeah, it is basically usually image classification.
We've got a question online and I'll review. I know Merlin's IQ model is trained on quantitative and annotated recordings from all over Australia, including background. Do you know if Rodent model is trained only annotated recordings or also with supervised training?
So Burnet and Merlin, funny enough, I've done a little bit of annotation help for Merlin, but they are actually two separate models. They don't use the same model. I think for Merlin, they want it to be more focused on like phone data. BirdNet, I believe, is trained using I could be wrong, but last I checked, BirdNet, the ones that scrape Macaulay Library and Xenocanter usually use like an energy detector they basically collect all their data from Xenocanter and Macaulay Library, and they use a variety of techniques because those recordings are usually quite long, they have to figure out where the bird is in those recordings. So I think they have a bunch of different ways they'll find where the actual annotated bit that they want is. But I think it's often an energy detection. So they'll just find the loudest bit of that and then throw that into their training. They have a whole bunch of really complicated ways to get what they want from Xenocanter or Macaulay Library. It's very cool.
If we'd like to volunteer, contribute, is that through the process that Rob explained earlier?
Yeah, doing the Powerful Owl one would be a great place to start to contribute. And I believe anything that you do on ecosounds becomes openly usable and available for.
It's up to the project.
Yeah.
So you need to share it publicly.
But it will go definitely into Google's perch model at the end of the day, probably into BirdNet as well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it should.
Time's out.
Sorry.
Time's out. I'm happy to chat later to anybody. Thank you.
Okay, so lucky last. And there'll be afternoon tea after this. And if you can hang out for a bit, we'd love to get you to come forward at the end of this, and we'll take a big group photo. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about, so 7 years ago, when we started this journey, a few of us thought, yeah, there's some powerful owls in Queensland somewhere. There's nowhere near as many powerful owls as there are in Sydney, surely. And so we just really didn't have much of an understanding of how many there were and where they were. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we've learned in 7 years and what the data is showing us. Hopefully. But before I jump onto that, I want to just get on to a little bit of a soapbox. If Callan figures out how to identify individuals, that'd be awesome for this particular soapbox that I'm going to talk about. So why would we worry about breeding success or mortality, measuring those specific things within the Powerful Owl Project, right? And you've heard a lot of examples today of the threats that are impacting powerful owls, these rodenticides, electrocution, all these things. We think powerful owls don't live as long in the city as they do out in the bush. And if we were able to play with these vital rates and we did some back of the envelope calculations, we might find that a little bit of a drop in adult survival and a little bit of a drop in juvenile survival would take us to a 90% decline in 20 years. Like, it doesn't take much, right? But we're not monitoring these things. We have this really good story that's happening in Melbourne, in Sydney, and in Brisbane. But we don't know how secure that story is because we're not monitoring vital rates. And so if you know anybody that has a paycheck that can give it to the Powerful Owl Project to start doing this kind of work, they're going to do it much more efficiently than anyone else in town. And we're going to understand, is our good news story sustainable, or are we going to lose these birds, right? Because we already know they're disappearing from the bush because they occur in a lot of habitats that have declined. So anyway, we have a good news story, but that was my soapbox. That's not the topic for today's talk. So today's talk, I want to focus on 3 or 4 years ago, I told Andrew, oh yeah, I'll give you some maps on where to send volunteers. We're finally getting to that stage. And we're finally getting understanding of where powerful owls are in the landscape. And the last time we did this exercise, we came up with an estimate of, just under 1,000 pairs of powerful owls in Southeast Queensland, which was a big improvement on the estimate that we had before we started this whole endeavor. But first, I want to start with a story. So when we started the Powerful Owl Project, there were probably 30 or 40 of us that went out to this particular beautiful chunk of forest, right? Beautiful trees in here. And we would go there night after night. And all right, there we go. We would go there night after night. And the reason we kept going back is because this pair would call every night, but they would call in a different place, right? And so, what you do is once you figure out where they're calling, you go visit that place and you really check it out. We did that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? Hundreds of hours that we spent in Cornubia Forest, hundreds of hours. And finally, we're like, well, you know what? At least we can put up some acoustic recorders. These birds call quite a lot, so we'll get some recordings of powerful owls. Let's call it quits. They're clearly not breeding. Then 5 years ago, so this happened 5 years ago, but about 3 months ago, I finally get around to analyzing these data because it's getting easier to do it. I didn't have the time to do it back in the day. 3 months ago, I'm analyzing the data. I've got my headphones on. BirdNet has identified some calls, and I'm like, oh my goodness, chicks calling hundreds of times. So we had spent hundreds of hours in this forest and completely missed the breeding event. And where this recorder was the absolute owl condo to win all owl condo contests in this forest. It's where they should have been, but we totally missed them. So these technologies, even in the places we're putting in a lot of effort, sometimes uncover a cool little surprise. So over the years, Andrew and I have deployed a lot of these sensors. 3 times we went to the Conondales to deploy these sensors, 114 of them across Southeast Queensland. Powerful Owl Project, volunteers have identified 74 hollows. That's gold, right? And then we've got a bunch of presence data that we didn't have when we started this project. And as Callan and others have said, BirdNet, this model will go through 500,000 recordings. It will identify 7 million things it thinks is a bird. Some of those actually turned out to be powerful owls, but there's 150 possible species in that data set that I talked about earlier, right? Including sooty owl, yellow-bellied gliders. So we ran a Google perch model over that and identified a lot of yellow-bellied gliders. So all kinds of good gold nuggets in these data. And then along comes Google again. So they have another foundation model. Only this foundation model is for satellite imagery. So it's been trained on tons and tons of satellite imagery. And as Callan was saying, it's creating these embeddings, these numbers, 64 numbers in this case, that are capturing the variation in that data at 10-meter resolution. So look at how pretty that imagery is, right? This is a game changer for remote sensing. So 3 or 6 months ago, this dropped. For years, I've been doing species distribution modeling, and I comb through the data, and what do I get? Oh, I put together a layer of remnant forest cover manually, painstakingly. And along comes Google, and all of the good predictors in these models are these embedding numbers that Google dropped 3 months ago, right? Which is awesome, really, but holy cat, it's a game changer. Now, you couldn't use these in a typical statistical model because they're embeddings, they don't mean anything, they're highly correlated. So we use a random forest or BRT. But anyway, the point is you can approach these kinds of data with different kinds of algorithms. And they produce really pretty maps, right? So this is a fairly accurate map of where hollows are in Southeast Queensland. It's a bit biased to where we're looking for hollows, but still not bad. But just this last week, I ran, so that this previous map is showing 100-meter resolution predictions because that didn't break my computer, right? But if I put it on the cloud and I run these things, this is 10-meter resolution, right? And so the shaded areas are the top 15% of the scored predictions of where we would find good powerful owl trees at 10-meter resolution, right? So the map I sent you just a couple of days ago, Andrew, was this map. And this map is the 100-meter resolution, right? And this is the top 15% that are shaded. So 85% isn't shown here. But this map, see that square? That's where the good trees are, right? So that square is, so these good trees are still above a threshold of 50%, right? So they're still kind of suitable at that 100-meter scale, but this 10-meter scale resolution data is a game changer, right? And so when I pull what I'll be looking for over the next couple of weeks is where are these places where we have high suitability for at a 100-meter scale, you know, those places that follow creek lines, and where are those little trees that are showing up that are really hot and overlap those. And that we're going to send volunteers there and see if the model is guessing again, or if there might be a hollow or two around, right? It's an absolute game changer spatially and sort of sending us to specific places in the forest where we're more likely to have success. And I spent a lot of time just walking around forest without this help. But anyway, I also want to touch on, so that method was not using the acoustic data. This method is using the acoustic data. And earlier somebody asked, well, if I go out and I do a survey and I don't see anything, you know, what happens? I've gone there 5 times. As a statistician, please let me know that you went out and you surveyed for powerful owls and you did not see them. That's gold. That tells us how much effort went into that particular search, which is totally different from, I just went out and spent 5 minutes looking for a powerful owl and I didn't see one. Okay, but I spent months looking for a powerful owl and didn't see one. Those are 2 different things. So what a Bayesian occupancy model does is it takes into account the detection probability. And with acoustic monitoring, it's all that time where you didn't hear an owl, right? There's a lot of effort there. So when we're accounting for detection probability and spatial autocorrelation, which is another big problem, and an R package now that does this brilliantly and much more easily, you can now run these Bayesian occupancy models. And so the map on the right is the suitability of Southeast Queensland for powerful owls. The yellower areas are suitable, right? But if I go down and I look at a traditional approach that isn't taking into account detection probability, look at that sort of southwest corner, right? We're totally missing that. The habitat's good, but you know what? We haven't spent any time there. And actually, you're probably going to find owls there, right? So you getting that effort data, you go out and you don't see a powerful owl, put it in bird data, because that's gold for nerds like me, right? And then I want to direct your attention to that map on the left. So that map on the left, if I was going to give you a mean, I'm almost always going to report a standard deviation, right? If I report a regression, I am almost always going to report the confidence intervals around that regression. For some reason, and this is me on another soapbox, but we never report the uncertainty in our mapped predictions. And guess what? The places that we're not predicting powerful owls occur on the map on the right are the same areas where our uncertainty in the model predictions is greatest. But we never report that. There's tons of different ways you could report that. In this case, what I'm using a coefficient of variation of the posterior distribution. There's all kinds of ways we could do this. Like there's all kinds of ways we could report that error, but we don't do it for some strange reason. So people treat this map on the right as gold without understanding the uncertainty. So sorry, that's another soapbox. What's cool is when we have all these things and we bring them together, we can use something called a spatial optimization problem, which is just a bit of math. So we take the model uncertainty and we multiply it by where there's been almost no surveys, right? So when we multiply those two things together, we're getting a real understanding of spatially where our uncertainty is highest, where we haven't done any surveys geographically, and where model uncertainty is really high. If we maximize the product of that in an optimization problem, and we look at either high suitability areas or low suitability areas, we get a result that, oh my goodness, it's got a mind of its own. That tells us where would I deploy an acoustic sensor in Southeast Queensland. The top 120 places I would deploy a sensor in Southeast Queensland that would improve that spatial prediction most, right? So I can now tell volunteers, it's great that you want to put a device out in your backyard, but if there's any chance you can take a road trip, that would be really good for building our understanding of where these birds are in Southeast Queensland. Now, maybe we don't want to know the answer to that. Maybe we want to know where in Southeast Queensland are there conservation outcomes that are dependent on what we find there. So we can constrain the optimization problem to these places that are under threat of different management actions or different, right? And this kind of activity, this optimization, is something that they do at UQ all the time. Where do we deploy resources to get the most conservation bang for our buck? Now we've got this framework. We could deploy this across all the threatened species in Southeast Queensland. Where do I deploy one sensor that gives me the most information for the most species that will create the biggest impact if we do detect things for a conservation outcome, right? And then you can do that nationally, right? So there's cool things that you can do with these data. And as we start to this sort of wheel of generating more information, we can do this across more species and across more areas. An occupancy model also allows you to do temporal things. So, and everybody knows this, but if you, oh, don't do that. We're not done yet. Jeez. So this is telling me, guess what? I'm most likely to detect a powerful owl in March and August, which you've already heard, and all the experts already knew that. This is doing it quantitatively. And so my last little soapbox. So these are made up lines, right? So if you're a researcher and you need something to do, you maybe explore whether these lines are true. But on the y-axis, I've got the chance that you're going to get a positive conservation outcome. And then the x-axis is our evidence. So if I just happen to know I've got some nice old growth forest, the regulator or the decision maker is going to go, oh yeah, I hear you, old growth, right? There's no legislation to capture that. There's no policy instruments to capture that. Well, what if I found a rare owl? You know what the legislator or the regulator is going to say? Well, owls fly, you know, they fly a lot. Oh, but I have evidence of breeding. I have a chick calling. You know, chicks fly, right? So you're kind of going up, but by the time you hit a nest hollow and you have 5x7 glossies of the chick poking its head out of the hollow, the regulator, the decision maker have to pay attention to it under legislation, right? But sometimes it just ends up to be an offset, right? So they'll hack down the tree anyway, but at least there's some sort of mitigation of some kind, right? But what happens if we add the secret sauce of community advocacy? What happens? What if the community is concerned about the old growth forest? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Right? So what happened with the zip line in Mount Kuta? Okay. They knew about a nest site. I was involved in those consultations. We couldn't prove definitively that the zip line was, they did move the zip line based on where that nest tree was, but it wouldn't have stopped the project. What stopped the project was the community wanted to go to these old, not really old growth, but this nice patch of forest close to town where they could hang out and experience nature, right? That's what caused that decision to change. But then what if we get a nest hollow and community engagement? A game changer, right? Job done. So the Powerful Owl Project is very much about building this community that cares about these birds. And when we do that, we increase our chances. I don't know if it's that much. I actually think it's more than that much, to be honest. But it increases the chance that we're going to get a good conservation. So if you're interested in acoustics and Callan's talk got your imagination going, there's a World Ecoacoustics Conference happening in August. There are tons of people that made all that data that I talked about possible, right? Over the years, a lot of effort that made that possible. And you can sign up to our newsletter, I guess, if you want to do that. So that's it for me, and I think I'm early. Do you all have your sheets of paper, or you all remember what nocturnal bird you might have been? Maybe. All right, so I'm going to play some calls and pay really close attention to the call that is your particular animal. So this is the first one, a yellow-bellied glider. So not a bird, but it does fly, so it counts. Powerful owl call. An Australian boobook. Boobook just doesn't want to shut up. Okay. I have boobooks at my place like that. Tawny frogmouth, hopefully. Yeah. And a barking owl. Yes, it's an owl. So these are not just kookaburras, but a sooty owl. Could be a 13-year-old screaming, I don't know. Right. One of my favorite calls. The white-throated nightjar. And last but not least, a marbled frogmouth. Okay, so hopefully you've committed your particular bird to memory. Now what we're going to do is each one of us are a bird, okay? And we're going to call out to you. And we would like you to call out, respond to us with that call, okay? So if you're that species, we're not going to use the words. We're going to use the sounds. So I'm going to start because I'm a marbled frogmouth on a good day. Right? So, and you don't have to do this first part, but all right, so please tell me, there's some marbled frogmouths in the audience. Can I hear you? Excellent, excellent. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So raise your hand if you're a marbled frogmouth. Okay, I want you to look around the room and identify who your like species are. Okay, so have you identified, maybe made eye contact with a fellow frogmouth? Okay, so keep that, save that for now. And we're going to go on to our next bird, which is, well, I'm not allowed to say, you said yours. Oh, I cheated. I cheated, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. 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 Anybody? I'm a mouse. Whoa. Whoa. Come on. Hands up if you are this species. Okay. Make eye contact with your other fellow tribe members. Okay, now we'll skip to the next one.
No, sorry. All night long.
All right, come on. There we go. Good. Oh, there must be more than 2 people, but it's okay. All right, raise your hand. I keep doing it. I keep cheating. All right, make eye contact with your other species members. Good. Next one. Can't believe it. I'm saying the name.
Don't say the name.
Best bird.
That is the best bird. So anyone recognize that call? There we go. I'll be the boy.
You'll be the boy and I'll be the.
Anyone? All right. Raise your hands if you think you know what you are. Make eye contact with other people in the room that are your same species. And next one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Lucky.
yeah.
Excellent.
Raise your
Straight up
hands.
behind.
Very well done.
Yeah.
I haven't done this one in a while.
Oh, good luck.
I need no. They do sound like that sometimes. I'm maybe not as screechy as they are.
That's big.
Yeah. I can't look at the rascal.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, that was good. Ah, Rob. Okay,
Raise your hand.
Where am my group? Okay, yeah, come find me.
Good. And one last bird. All right, raise your hands if you're that particular species. Identify your fellow species. How are we doing for time? You got 1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute. So what I would like you to do is at lunch, find a similar species, right, to you. Ask them their name, where they're from, and what in the heck brought them to this particular day, right? So find your species at lunch and have a bit of a chat. Okay, we're going to go ahead and
Okay.
we're going to start. Drum roll.
Drum roll. Okay, so hopefully everybody's entered their name and email address if they want to.
That'll be the next. So go ahead and play the.
Okay, the first call. Can you identify this? That's good enough, isn't it? 2. Okay, we're now doing the number 2 call. Everybody listen. Number 2 coming up. Yeah, I just realised. Okay, I've stopped sharing my screen. If you didn't get that one, I mean, God.
All right. We've done fairly well, about 95% on that last one.
Okay, good. Next one?
So the next one, number
3. Okay, the next one, number 3 coming up.
Guess I'll get 20 seconds.
Ready? Yes. Okay. Number 4. Please don't answer aeroplane. 20 seconds. Okay. Next one. Okay, number 5.
It's all happening today.
Okay, 6. Okay, number 6. So we've got 12. Okay, I'll just play it again. Okay. Okay, number 7. Play it again. Or maybe one more time since we've got seconds. Number 8. Maybe again. Yes, so I'll put it into different. Okay, next one. Number 9.
Just cover your eyes.
I didn't think it's not in the file name. I thought, okay, nobody saw that, did they? Yeah, I got 3 of them from Zeno, but the rest we used ours. Okay, question 10 coming up. Okay, question 11. Okay, the final question. For fabulous prizes, your own powerful, protect powerful owl badges. Badge, rather. Okay, and we're done. Whoop. There we go.
So was it a cat or really a cat?
I think it was another cat.
All right, so we have a winner.
Alina.
Alina? All right, congratulations. Please come up and get your official badge. Well done.
Should we go and present it?
Yeah.
So there were some tricky ones in there. There was a boo-book owl trill that was in there. There was a squirrel glider that was in there. Do you want to list the answers, or should we just move on? Maybe
I'll move on because of the time.
Yeah. So I'll send around a list of the answers just in case you want.
So do you want